Good morning, everybody. It's 9:30. The inquiry's resumed. Just a quick recap from me before we get going. We heard from objectors yesterday, which took up most of the morning and the afternoon. Then we started to hear evidence in chief from the council's witness, Mr. Reynolds, which focuses on landscape and visual impact arguments. We then started some cross-examination in the late afternoon, and that's going to continue on now for most of the morning going into the afternoon, I believe. Before I invite Mr. Burton to resume his cross-examination, is there anything anybody wants to raise? Thank you. Okay. On that note, Mr. Burton, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to you, Mr. Reynolds.
Morning.
Now you were just going to tell us two dates, weren't you? You were going to tell us when precisely it was you were instructed by the county council and when precisely you made your first site visit.
Yeah, I was instructed on the 23rd of November.
Yeah.
And I made my first site visit on the 5th of December.
5th of December. Yeah, right. Thank you very much. So, in terms of your, and we just remind ourselves, a topic, or the topic heading here was, I think, experience and what you've done.
Yeah.
So, in terms of your time spent considering these proposals in this landscape and visual baseline, we're talking about one winter season, essentially, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you won't dispute that, by contrast, Mrs. Bean has been considering these proposals in this landscape for years, well, years and multiple visits in those years, correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't argue against that. I don't know the exact days.
Well, I mean, you may not know precise details, but you see from her very first LBAA how the process started and so on. So, yeah. Now, I think you've certainly implied it, but let's just tidy it up. In terms of your involvement with the county council statement of case, so clearly you were instructed that the statement of case, you're aware, was filed on the 4th of December.
Correct.
Yeah. So you were instructed about a fortnight before that, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I presume you had a hand in preparing or shaping the statement of case.
Yes.
Yeah. Great. Let's just turn it up, please, so we're absolutely clear about what we're talking about. There's a section 6 in it. You were looking at this yesterday with my learned friend, Mr. Grant. So it's CD 2.3.2. So do you have it, Mr. Reynolds?
Yeah, I'm just opening now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, amongst other things, of course, there is a section 6 that starts at page 15, which is concerned with the case for the council. And of course, the first heading is reason for refusal 1. And we've got a run of 7 paragraphs that are about reason for refusal 1, which is obviously landscape and visual. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I presume that is work that is either your work or shaped by you.
I had input to it. Yeah.
You had input. Yeah. 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 I mean, I presume when we look at 6.4 and it says it's the council's case that the proposed chimney will also have an adverse impact on landscape character through having an industrializing effect. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I presume that's you, because obviously there's nothing about industrializing effect in the reason for refusal, is there?
No, it's about, doesn't say use that term, but it talks about the visual impact.
Yeah, but I mean, that's there, that's input from you there, isn't it? Yeah. 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 And I presume turning over page 6.7 concerning Lithia methodology, I presume that it was you who suggested 6.7.
It was my observation in reviewing the LVIA, yes.
Sorry, it was I didn't.
It was my suggestion.
Your suggestion.
Having reviewed the LVIA,
Yeah,
and also the scoping that was submitted for the EIA originally, both said that type 4 visualizations would be prepared for the viewpoints. And I highlighted that actually only 3 viewpoints had type 4 visualizations prepared.
Yeah. So yeah, that was your suggestion. Yeah.
Yeah.
6.7.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll come back to that. But first, stand back point, as it were, is it is the case clearly on the facts that we have a statement of case from the council filed on the 4th of December, necessarily filed with a landscape visual section that you'd input into, but without you having to been out to assess the proposals on the ground in the landscape.
Yeah, I'd reviewed all the material that had been submitted, and I had a kind of, I know the area, put it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. Now, paragraph 6.7. So let's read it. The council will comment on the methodology used in the Livia, including the apparent absence of a zone of theoretical visibility to support the choice of viewpoints, and in producing only 3 viewpoints as type 4 visualizations. Now, just a little bit of history. We know, don't we, that the then, I'll get this right, the then Huntingdonshire District Council Landscape Officer gave guidance regarding views before the first LVIA was worked up, correct?
Yeah, there was a short paragraph, I believe.
We've all seen the paragraph, and this is, yeah, I mean, it's common ground in the main statement of common ground, and for your notes, 9.3 in the main statement of common ground. And Mrs. Bean tells us, and I'm sure you don't dispute, that she then went out and assessed, and she tells us what she did, and she produced the first Livia for when the application went in, correct?
Yeah.
With, as we know, 11 views, correct?
Yep.
And those are views for which she produced what are called, and of course I've got to remember, and you all know this, but I've got to remember, photographs and visualizations of different things, 11 views for which she produced 11, so 1 for each type 1 visualizations, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And 3 of those 11, she also had made into type 4 visualizations.
Correct.
Which are the ones with this vibrant purple blocking, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the first Livia, which I think was a 2021 document, that was assessed by what I think was now a different Huntingdonshire District Council Landscape Officer consultee, correct? Yeah. Yeah. And that I mean, I think that officer was as you'd expect, the prime mover behind the Regulation 25 request concerned with landscape and visual matters that then produced quite a lot of additional new text in the further iterations of the LVAA.
Correct.
Correct.
That's my
Yeah.
understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And we'll come on, I think, in due course and look at the new text and the old text. But at no point did the Huntingdonshire Landscape Consultancy say you need additional viewpoints, did they?
I haven't seen anything to that effect.
No,
yeah.
no. Or that beyond the 3 views made into type 4 visualizations, more should be made into something higher, as it were, than a type 1 visualization.
There was a comment made by the officer that more would be, I don't think that she used the term type 4, but I think in one of the notes she asked, or said it would be useful if more were effectively type 4, i.e. more showed the proposed buildings in the context.
Well, I'm not aware, Mr. Reynolds, of I don't know, I've read the whole officer report, I've read the constitute comments, and I'm not aware of anything, please point me to it, but I'm not aware of an officer saying you need more type 4s.
As I said, I don't think she uses the term type 4.
Or, well,
but find it in notes.
I mean, are you thinking about the plume?
No,
No?
no. Sorry, it might take me a while if I have to go through it. It's definitely in here somewhere.
What document is
So
this?
this is the landscape officer consultation response to the county. It's dated 5th of the 4th, 22.
Which was superseded, wasn't it?
Yes.
Not the final word.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
Your question was, did an officer ever ask for?
Yeah, okay. And this, sorry, is this the one that's got on the first page observations, and there's a first paragraph?
Yeah.
And it says, I'm content with the methodology adopted and broadly with the assessment of anticipated effects. Or I still consider we do not have adequate information on the likely plumes that would be emitted by the ERF stack.
Yes, that
Right.
point is specifically about the plume.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, because there's reference to a visualization of the worst case scenario, but that refers to the plume point.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sure in here somewhere they talk about.
I must have, yeah, it's pretty well hidden if it is in here.
Maybe it was a different one.
Well, Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure there's much. I'm
Okay.
not sure there's much more I can do with that.
Okay.
Mr. Reynolds. I mean, we've looked at it. We can't see it together, as it were. And look, we know that by the time things reach the end of the application process and there's a committee report put together, and it's I mean, it's a very impressive, thorough committee report, isn't it? Very detailed.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not said there, by the way, there should have been more type 4 or type 3 or visualizations. Is that?
It's not in the committee report, no, but I think my point was that the Glivia guidance and the technical note on visualization states that type 3 and type 4 should be used on EIA schemes. This is an EIA scheme, as we discussed in evidence in chief yesterday. And it was set out in both the scoping, which the original officer, I'm presuming, commented on, that they would be produced, and in the subsequent in the LVIA itself, it says they'll be produced. So I don't know why the officer didn't comment on it, but my observation was that they weren't produced, and that if they had been produced, it would have been very helpful to have had them.
Well, I promise I'm going to come on to what you said about the Glivia guidance. Okay. Well, I mean, look, what I'm doing, and I hope you'll understand, is because of the exchange that you had with my friend Mr. Grant yesterday, I'm essentially exploring with you how fair it might be to say, well, you know, why haven't you, the appellant, produced these things? So I'm going through the history. Now we've got to the point where we've just looked at the document that you took us to, and we can't see the officer saying, get me more type 4s or anything like that. And we've agreed that it does not say in the committee report we need more type 4s or anything like that. We then had the member overturn, correct? Clearly there's nothing in the reasons for refusal from the members saying, and we couldn't assess this because there weren't sufficient type 4s or anything like that, is there?
No.
And we've got in the core documents, got the very detailed minutes of the committee meeting, haven't we?
Yeah.
And it wasn't raised as an issue by the committee members at the meeting.
No, but they're not experts to do that. It would be the officers that would have flagged it if it had been flagged.
No, we can all read the minutes. It's not there, and that fits. Again, it fits with what's in or not in the reasons for refusal, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now the guidance, you mentioned it, so let's look at it, and let's start with Glivia 3, please. So you're already looking at this.
Yeah.
Yesterday, and 5.1.7. So, and let's go, please, to page 141 in here. Well, if you open it up in your hard copy, as I am,
yeah,
140, we have the heading photographs and visualizations, correct?
Yeah.
And then we go to 141 and paragraph 816, and it says photographs should be used in the baseline for the visual effects. And of course, when it says photographs, it means just a photograph.
Correct. Yeah.
Should be used in the baseline for the visual effects assessment to illustrate existing views and visual amenity at agreed viewpoints. The projected changes must be described in the text, but should also be illustrated by means of visualizations showing from representative viewpoints how the changing views will appear. It will not usually be possible to prepare visualizations for every viewpoint that has been identified, and there will need to be discussions with the competent authority and consultation bodies to ensure that an appropriate number and range of viewpoints is used, allowing the significant visual effects to be illustrated as a range of representative locations covering the types of visual receptor. Okay.
Mhm.
And then obviously it goes on over the page. Now, and the reason it says it will not usually be possible to prepare visualization for every viewpoint, of course, because visualizations, they cost money and they take time, don't they?
Yes.
And that, in fact, I mean, that's the case for, as it were, just the type 1 visualizations, and then it gets more complicated as you go up.
No, well, type 1 visualizations aren't really visualizations. It's an annotated photograph. So it's basically a photograph saying this is where the site is, this is, you know, where the building will be. So that's not a visualization in that sense. It's just an annotation on a photograph. So
no, I understand that. Sorry, I understand that, but my point is that everything takes time and money, but you go up a scale. So you take a photograph, you know, that's one thing. You do, as Mrs. Bean has, some type 1s, which I think are kind of clever, putting together different photographs, and then she puts all the annotations on them and the you know, box showing where the site is and so on. That's an extra level of time and therefore expense. And then you go up the scale, and then you start adding. Do you see what I mean? It's extra time, extra expense.
Yeah, I think you need to remember that the technical guidance note supersedes Livia and provides an update to it.
All right, should we look at that?
So yeah.
Okay, so that's CD 5.1.12, correct?
Yeah,
great. Could we go please to page 3 first?
yeah.
Now, this is under a heading 1.3, a proportionate approach, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And it says 1.3.1, to maintain a proportionate approach, different types of visualization may be required, depending on the type and scale of project, the aim, purpose, and likely audience of the visualizations in the decision-making process, and the sensitive receptors, the magnitude, potential landscape, and visual change. 1.3.2, the time, effort, technical expertise, and cost involved in producing visualization should be proportionate to these factors. Okay, you agree with all of that?
Yeah.
Now, then we go on to the table that you went to with Mr. Grant. Do you remember that was at page 9?
Yeah.
And this is under a heading 3.5, selecting the appropriate visualization type. And we've got a reminder at 3.52 of what we were just discussing, the 4 types of visualization, 3.5.2, the 4 types. Yeah. And then we've got this 3.5.6. It says table 1 provides a quote broad indication as to appropriate visualization types for different purposes and uses. Note that categories A to D illustrate 4 convenient levels along a scale, not 4 fixed interpretations. So just pausing there, this is the guidance, which is of course only guidance. It's actually telling us of its own guidance, and this is only a broad indication guidance. Yeah,
it is guidance. It's accepted. It's a technical note to the industry. It's what we would follow. It's standard practice.
Yeah. And we can see you went to item A, but let's look at item B. Item B says planning applications for most non-EA development accompanied by LVA, where there are concerns about landscape and visual effects and effective mitigation required. Some LVAs for EIA development, visualizations in public domain. So we've got, you went to A, I've also reminded you as it were of B. We've got 2 of what they call, of what they say are 4 convenient levels that aren't 4 fixed interpretations, over which EIA Livia's straddle, yeah? And of course the B one says 1 to 4 and the A one says 2 to 4. Okay?
Yeah.
So there's nothing in this guidance There's nothing in this guidance that is saying to anyone, right, well, if you're producing Olivia for an EIA, then all of your visualizations need to be, I'll put it in an easy way, need to be above type 1. Is it?
It states that professional judgment should be applied in deciding which one to
Well,
use.
answer the question and then caveat, please.
It,
Yes or no, and then caveat. I think
yes, I believe it does.
You think it does say that?
Because if you read the document in its entirety, it talks about professional judgment. It's very clear to me that for the majority of EIA schemes, it's type 2 to 4. It sets out the criteria that should be taken into account in making these decisions. And my belief is that this type of development, which is contentious, it's got a number of sensitive viewpoints. We've ended up in a public inquiry, effectively, that therefore types 2 to 4 are appropriate. I don't think there was a comment made by the officer originally on what type should be used, because the scoping said that type 4s would be produced. So why would you comment and say you must produce type 3s or type 4s when you've been told that type 4s are being produced? So that is why I believe that that comment wasn't made. And I believe that if you use professional judgment and you look at this list, it would be that types 3 and type 4 are the most appropriate.
See, the issue is the officer saw the visualizations that had been produced for the first Livia in 2021, didn't they?
I assume so, yeah.
I mean, you'd hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the officer saw that there were 11 type 1 visualizations and 3 type 4. If the officers had some genuine concern about that, we would see that in the officer report to committee, wouldn't we? Surely.
I would have hoped that they would have flagged it.
Yeah.
In the way that I flagged it.
Yeah. And the reason I'm taking you to the guidance, I know, Mr. Reynolds, you say from your position, you think you'd interpret this as meaning do them all type 4 or whatever it is. Okay.
Yeah.
But put yourself in the shoes of the applicant, where the guidance doesn't. The guidance, I mean, I've just taken you to A and B. The guidance doesn't say if you're doing an LVA, they've all got to be, for an EA, they've all got to be above type 1. It doesn't say that, does it?
It doesn't say for all, but
No.
it says for the majority.
And so in the shoes of the applicant, the officers aren't saying in their committee report, you know, give us more. And this guidance isn't saying they've all got to be. So in the shoes of the applicant, you can't surely be saying the applicant should have been somehow saying, oh, actually there's a problem with my Livia and I need to correct it right here.
Well, the applicant said they were going to produce type 4 visualizations.
Okay, you're going way back to the start again, aren't you?
Well, I'm not. I'm just saying that the point of scoping is to set out the content of what will be in the EIA. And that said, type 4 visualizations be produced. That wasn't requested of them. That was the applicant offering that. So maybe they shouldn't have said that they would produce type 4 visualizations, if that wasn't what they were intending on doing.
Type 4 visualizations were produced, but not for every single one.
Well, that's not clear in the scoping, is it? Well, we can go to the paragraph if you want in the scoping report.
No, look, I mean, for me, and I'd suggest surely realistically for you, Mr. Reynolds, that's ancient history by the time we get Olivia and we get all these officer consult reports on it and we go through the process.
I'm sorry, it isn't, because it is a process and you start by scoping it and then you undertake the work. I can't comment on why it wasn't flagged by officers at the end of the process that they hadn't been prepared. Had I been the officer, I would have flagged it along with the lack of the ZTV, because both of those things I think are an important part of the process.
Well, let's see you say you would. Let's look again at paragraph 6.7. Okay. Now-
6.7 of which document?
Sorry, in the statement of case, in your statement of case. All right. Now, 6.7, we've looked at it. Let's stare at it again. Context. This is a statement of case of the 4th of December. And you've told us yesterday, this is not your first time defending a member overturn. Yeah. So you know how the process works. If the position of the local planning authority, we've looked at the reason for refusal, we know it doesn't say anything about visualizations. If the position of the planning authority was that more, so I mean, it's either more or both, more viewpoints should have been identified and more viewpoints should have been made into something more than type 1s, that should be clearly set out in the statement of case, so the appellant knows the case it has to meet, shouldn't it?
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt, and I don't like interrupting at all, but it's intended, I think, to help my learned friend and to help you with things being done in the most efficient way possible, which is that we had an exchange yesterday where it was made abundantly clear, and my learned friend, with respect, I think, was jumping the gun yesterday, that what Mr. Reynolds had said, both in writing and in his oral evidence in chief, was that it would have been beneficial to have had more type 3 and type 4 visualizations. That was the way it was put. And what he's being cross-examined about, of course, it's from a learned friend if he wants to go down this avenue, but he's being cross-examined on the basis that the council's position at this appeal is that there was a requirement or a need to have done that. And that's the way in which the questions are being put. And Mr. Reynolds is giving his answers to the questions that he's being asked. But it's a matter for my learned friend, of course, and for you in deciding what you think is helpful or unhelpful to you. But there is a difference. I know my learned friend yesterday said potato, potato, but there is a difference between the witness saying it would have been beneficial or most beneficial, and on the other hand, saying that there was some sort of requirement, whether through the application process or as a result of Blivia and the technical guidance note. So there is a difference. And if my learned friend wants to go down this route and get the answers that he's getting, that's a matter for him. But so you'll recall the way in which it was carefully put by Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah, all understood.
Yeah. Well, sorry,
Mr. Burton, you want to make a reply to that, do you?
Well, if my learned friend can confirm to you, sir, and with complete clarity that it's not the council's case, that there needed to be more viewpoints or more visualizations, then I can obviously move on.
Yeah, I think it's quite clear what the point is. I mean, there's a distinction between what is beneficial and what is a requirement. That's quite clear. I understand the context which you're giving, but it's up to you how you want to proceed with this, but it's not giving me more information.
No, so it's an excess of caution line I'm pursuing, as you can see. As I say, I look across the table to my learned friend, and if he's going to say clearly, which hasn't quite, but if he's going to say clearly it's not the council's case, that there needed to be more viewpoints or visualizations, I can move on from this. Is that the case, Mr. Grant?
It has to come from the witnesses.
Well, no,
Just don't interrupt me, please. The evidence has to come from the witnesses. And I was absolutely clear yesterday, absolutely clear, that both in writing and in the way in which it was put in chief, what was being said by Mr. Reynolds was that it would be beneficial or most beneficial to have done more type 3 and type 4s. That was the limit to the way in which it was being put. And what we have had over the last half an hour is Mr. Reynolds being pushed in cross-examination on the question of whether or not there is a requirement and whether or not there was a need to do it. Now, I'm not the witness and can't give the answers. As things certainly suggest today, that was very clear that that was our evidence. So if Mr. Reynolds can confirm that his position remains as the witness, his position remains, notwithstanding the way in which things have been pushed in cross-examination, his position remains most beneficial, but wasn't a requirement or a need to have done it, then that's fine. And my learned friend then has the confirmation, which frankly he already had yesterday. So I don't know why we needed to go down this route, but if Mr. Reynolds gives my learned friend that confirmation, then that is the position, and then we haven't changed since yesterday.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds, not a requirement.
Not a requirement, no.
Yeah, all right. Okay, thank you. Fine. Now let's move on. Thank you. That was helpful. Now, there was a slightly curious exchange, Mr. Reynolds, yesterday about what Mrs. Bean had said in her proof. Do you recall at 4.3.2 about when it was that your 4 additional viewpoints were provided, and then there was a follow-up about her rebuttal at 2.1.13. Okay, do you remember that?
I remember the discussion
exchange?
around dates. Yeah.
Now, can we just look at 4. Okay, take one moment. Look at 4.3.2 in her proof, please.
Yeah.
Which page 36 says this: on the 11th of January 2024, CCC provided a ZTV as included figure 18 below. Actually, it should
That helps. That wasn't the paragraph I took into. I took into 3.2.10 and 3.2.11, and then to the paragraph in the rebuttal.
Thank you.
I'm saying that to help rather than hinder.
Yeah. 3.2.11, and then keep your finger. Can you keep your finger, please, in 4.2? Well, 4.2 point. Sorry, 4.3.2.
Yeah.
Okay. 3.2.11, CCTV has on the 16th January 2024, only a week before the deadline for proofs, provided 4 new views. CCTV has also provided what appears to be a bare earth ZTV, given how late. I mean, the first 2 sentences are what I'm focusing on. And then 4.3.2, on the 11th of January 2024, CCTV provided a ZTV and viewpoints plan. Yeah, see that as part of on asking visual matters. And despite an immediate request, CCTV did not provide the actual views until almost a week later on the 16th of January. And then there's another paragraph, 4.3.5, within a week's deadline proof, CCTV has now provided 4 new views. So there's no suggestion, surely, is there, in what Mrs. Bean is saying about what happened factually in her proof, that she is being factually inaccurate. She's got all the facts there, hasn't she?
Yeah. So the observation on that is that at 3.2.11, it says CCC has on the 16th of January, only a week before the provided 4 new views, end of sentence. CCC has also provided what appears to be a bare TV, end of sentence.
Yeah.
Given how late these have been provided,
Yeah.
the implication being that both of those things, you could read that as that both of those were provided on the 16th of January. So
Yeah.
what we were clarifying was that actually the ZTV was provided on the 11th of January.
Yeah.
It was only the 4 photographs that were provided on the 16th.
Yeah. Which is
Just to
what,
be clear.
which is what Mrs. Bean says at 4.3.2 in her proof.
Yeah, but if you read 4.3.2.11, you could read that as suggesting that all of that material was provided on the 16th. So it's just a point of clarity.
But you've got to read the proof as a whole, haven't you?
Okay, but I'm just saying it's
Okay.
a point of clarity.
All right. Okay. Yeah. In any event, despite these views coming over, photographs from you coming over, I think a week before the deadline, as we know, Mrs. Bean had an initial go, and she made clear it was an initial go at saying something about them in her proof. And now, and she then with the time that she had 3 type 4 visualizations made up for the ones that were actually, as it were,
Type 3, technically.
type 3s made up,
Yeah.
because they couldn't do type
You can't
4s
do
with what
type
you
4s,
provided. She had 3 type 3s made up with the ones that, as it were actually not blocked, I think, completely blocked by landscaping. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'll come on to those. Now,
So I don't just inspectors.
Yeah.
benefit. So the difference between type 3 and type 4 is whether they can be they're verified and surveyed.
Yeah.
So type 4 and type 3 effectively would look the same, but type 4 is absolutely accurate, and that's done through a surveying technique. But you need to use a very specific type of camera. So if you don't use that camera, they can only be type 3 effectively.
And the verification process that you're referring me to, where is that detailed? Is that Clippier 3?
It's set out in the
That's
Landscape
it.
Institute technical note.
that's in 0619.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Effectively, it would mean that in theory you could go to the same spot, take the same photograph, and have exactly the same result.
Yeah, and of course, we'll come on to the views in due course, Mr. Reynolds. But of course, the reason Mrs. Bean could only produce type 3s from what you provided her is because you had not used the special camera, basically.
Yeah.
The mythical special camera. Yeah. Right. Okay. Next topic. Landscape baseline. Okay. I'll try to subdivide this because it's quite a long one. Your proof 1.3, please.
Yeah.
Section 1.3 at 1.3.3.
Yeah.
See that paragraph? You explain that after providing an overview of the appeal scheme of policy context, your evidence will, and I quote, will set out the existing landscape context, identifying the features which I believe contribute to the area's character and local distinctiveness. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you then say the other things you're going to do, including setting out where you believe the appeal scheme complies or fails to comply with appropriate planning policies. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Now, before we get into the words I've emphasised, can I just remind ourselves? I think we touched on this yesterday, but you're aware that there is in terms of the EIA process and then policy, there is a difference between the EIA process, which seeks to identify likely significant environmental effects, and what development plan policy says is a test for policy compliance. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. And the same is true for the MPPF.
Yeah.
And I say, well, I think we'll probably come back to policy because you do say something about it. But in terms of landscape baseline characterization, tick off some matters that will not be controversial. Common ground, this is not a designated landscape, correct? Common ground, it's not a valued landscape for the purposes of MPPF 180A.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, clearly that's a matter of judgment that you and Mrs. Bean have both reached, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've done that amongst other things. Let's just check this off. You will have considered, I'm sure, Olivia 3, page 84, please, Mr. Reynolds, the box 5.1 there. Range of factors that can help in the identification of valued landscapes. Yeah.
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 Sorry, just on that.
Yeah.
There is also which I don't propose going to, but there is a landscape technical note on valuing landscapes outside of designated landscapes.
Do you know, I was going to do what you've just done and mention it. It's 0221, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, it's CD 5.1.8. I don't think we need to turn it up, but that's the document that it's called, assessing landscape value outside national designations, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
And it's got quite a long table in it.
Yeah,
and that table, one of the things it does, which it tells us in the paragraph before the table, is it says it gives us examples of potential indicators of value, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously you've both considered that and you've not identified any of them as applying your proof, and that's how you get to the not a valued landscape.
Not valued in the terms of MPPF, it doesn't mean it's not valued at all.
No, I mean, look, I know I understand.
It's a very specific test.
It's a specific test, but you've looked at, if clearly, if there was something in that guidance that you thought actually there's an indicator of value, you'd have told us in your proof, and you'd have dealt with it.
Yeah, so the way that I've dealt with it is through the visual impact assessment rather than the landscape element of the impact assessment.
Yeah.
So obviously the value that a particular receptor has placed on it is to do with the way that it's used. So for example, public right of way, receptors have a higher value because they're public right of way, they're used for leisure, etc., etc. So that picks up on one of the criteria in the technical note, which is around, for example, leisure and recreational use being a value that people have for landscape. Yeah,
but that's in the quotes, as it were, the visual amenity side of the equation, and in terms
rather
of
than the landscape.
Yes. And I know we need to keep them in that sense demarcated. Yeah, so that's right. Thank you. Now, yeah, okay. We discussed yesterday, we didn't disagree about this. In order to, we did the development yesterday. We're now on the next component, which is understanding the baseline. In terms of the landscape, we've got to properly understand it and set it out. And clearly, we've got to set out the relevant features of the landscape to correctly characterize it and then to assess its sensitivity to proposals, correct?
Yeah.
Now, there is before we get to the meat, as it were, of what you say is the landscape characterization and sensitivity, there's a what I would headline as a kind of subheading, a transparency of methodology point, okay, which I want to discuss with you. Now, in Mrs. Bean's Livia, section 3, turn it up, please.
Yeah.
So this is CD 1.2.5e. This is the methodology section. Yeah. And what Mrs. Bean does is she tells us, if you move, say, I'm just actually picking almost random examples. Move to page 16. We've got a table 5 landscape capacity. We've got a table 6 landscape sensitivity. Where Mrs. Bean has her, what I'll call gradings, you might say there's a different word for them, but high, moderate, low. You see high, moderate, low.
I do, yeah.
Yeah. She tells us clearly, doesn't she, what she means by her gradings.
Yes.
Yeah. which is in accordance with Olivia's clarion call for transparent methods, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And generally, yeah. And a couple of references in Glivia, which we probably don't need to turn up, but 2.2.4, the need for, quote, transparent methods so that the reasoning applied at different stages can be traced and examined by others, or page 46, third bullet should be as transparent as possible. Now, it is the case in your proof, Mr. Reynolds, you don't tell us anywhere what you mean by your gradings, do you?
Well, I use the gradings in the LVIA. So because I haven't undertaken my own LVIA, my proof is effectively, as I think I said yesterday, a kind of review of the LVIA that was submitted and commentary on that. So the purpose of the LVIA and the reason that all of this is set out in the LVIA is to allow another person to pick it up and undertake their own assessment. So there are kind of two options. One is I do a full LVIA in which I set out my own gradings, my own tables, etc., etc. The second option, which is what I've done here, is that I use the methodology set out in this one as far as possible to do my own assessment, so that therefore I'm comparing like for like in terms of saying, well, my opinion is you've said here that, you know, you've assessed the landscape potential as moderate. However, when I read that table, my consideration is that actually it's high. That's where the professional judgment comes into it.
All right. Now that I don't think we're going to particularly fall out about this, but you don't tell the reader that anywhere, do you, in your proof? That's what you're doing.
I don't know. I'd have to double check.
All right. Okay.
That's standard practice. So.
Well, so you say, but anyway. So should I proceed on the basis that everything in section 3 of Livia you agree with, and you have applied that? Do you follow me? So I can try to follow what you've done.
Well, I agree with what Livia says.
Livia, sorry,
Oh,
the Livia in section 3 of the Livia.
So there are a couple of things where, again, which I've highlighted, where I think that there's, if you like, there's a gap in that methodology, which I have flagged specifically. So the ZTV point being one, the lack of setting out the value and sensitivity of the viewpoints is another one. So there's a couple of very specific points, but broadly speaking, yes, I've followed the methodology.
Okay. Right, broadly speaking, yes. Okay, well, I'm going to cautiously proceed on the basis that generally you adopt it, except in specific places you don't. I mean, it's okay. Do my best. Yeah. Okay. So, in terms of So for landscape sensitivity and the bits that go into that, you're using the same grading as Mrs. Bean. And so when you say 4.1.9 in your proof, Mr. Reynolds, so when you say the site has a minor landscape value, the site itself, due to the existing use and appearance, and the wider well, actually, let's do the site first. So the site can be assessed as having a minor landscape value due to the existing use and appearance. So that's entirely that. When you say minor, that's
table 3.
That's exactly the same meaning of minor as Mrs. Bean has in Olivia.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. No. All right. I'm following. Okay. So so minor is minor importance and rarity continue. Yeah. Fine. Okay. So we can all read the words. All right. And then in terms of the condition of the site, you say condition of the site is low at your 4.1.10.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. and then 4.1 uh 12, I think it is, you say, yeah, consistent, yeah, that the sensitivity of the site, moderate to low, consistent with the Livia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. I've so you're using exactly the same meaning for the gradings. All right. And then the wider landscape, we kind of go back the page. In terms of value, 4.1.9, moderate value. Yeah. Which is consistent with the Livia.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then 4.1.10. I presume that's a typo, I think, isn't it? When you're dealing with the wider landscapes condition, isn't it a typo? I think you mean the wider landscape must be considered as being of a moderate condition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
So not value. We need to cross out value and write condition. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Okay.
Moderate. Yeah. I suppose score or
Yeah.
rating or something.
Yeah, but yeah, because obviously 4.1.9 is where you deal with value.
Yeah.
4.1/10 is where you deal with
Yeah.
condition. Right. Okay. Good. Now, of course, in terms of the sensitivity of the wider landscape, it is right, isn't it, that of the landscape professionals, so you, Mrs. Bean, and the Huntingdonshire landscape officer, you are the only one who puts the sensitivity of the wider landscape higher than moderate, correct?
Out of the three of us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And obviously that the sensitivity equation flows from it's got two main components: understanding of the development that the landscape is being impacted by, in your case, just the chimney, as you've explained, and your understanding of the landscape character, correct? Those are the two big blocks.
So the sensitivity is from value and susceptibility.
Yeah, to the particular development.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. And obviously we discussed your understanding of the development. Yes. So not going to go over that again. So now we're going to discuss your understanding of the character. And actually, just before I get to the detail of that, I think it's also right in terms of the landscape professionals involved that you are the only one who says that the landscape capacity, this is your 4.1.11, to accept development that's more industrial in character is low, aren't you? Not officers, not Mrs. Bean. You're the only one who says that.
For industrial development, low. Yeah. I've said it's moderate, I think, for development. However, for that particular type of development,
or more industrial in character. I'm reading to your actual words.
Yeah.
But again, you're the only one who says that, correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think that the landscape officer has done this type of assessment. So.
Well, we've got the officer report, and we can obviously read it and see what they say, and we see. I mean, essentially, the officers are setting out what the Livia says, and they're saying essentially we agree, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I said I was going to concentrate on those words at your 1.3.3. We'll set out the existing landscape context, identifying the features which I believe contribute to the area's character and local distinctiveness. Okay. Now, first question here. When you say area, Mr. Reynolds, you're talking about what, the 4 kilometre study area?
Effectively, yeah, the site and its immediate surroundings, yeah.
Well, I mean, effectively, I do need to be clear on that.
Study area, yeah,
the study area. So it's the 4K study area, correct? Yeah. And you don't. I mean, I noted you didn't say in your proof you disputed Mrs. Bean's conclusion that it's a 4K study area.
No, I don't.
Yeah, good. Okay. Fine. Now, it's in terms of the landscape resource, it's common ground. The appeal site is in the central Claylands landscape area as characterised by the Huntingdonshire District assessment of 2022, correct?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, and that is CD 4.2.2, which I know from Mr. Grant took you to yesterday. And we'll be, yeah, might as well get your hands on it now, but I presume you accept that 2022 SPD, you don't disagree with it, do you?
No.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And as we see from your proof 4.1.5, it's the 4.1.5, 4.1.6. Well, in fact, it starts 4.1.4. It is the key characteristics of that landscape character area, which is landscape character area 3, the central Claylands, that you focus on in your proof, isn't that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's turn, please, to I think the page you were taken to yesterday in that SPD, which is page 73. So
Yep.
this is 4.2.2, sir. And have your proof open at paragraphs 4.1.5 and 4.1.6 at the same time. And we can see, reading to the words at page 73 in the green box, key characteristics. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's no ambiguity whatsoever. The authors who you say agree with are telling us these are the key characteristics of this landscape. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are 6 bullets, some longer, some shorter, some with more than one element to them. And we can see, looking at your 4.1.5 and 4.1.6, that you are essentially quoting, but as discussed yesterday and as raised by Mrs. Bean in rebuttal, you have missed out the 3rd bullet, relatively large scale developments, including airfields at Alconbury and Witton, the major transport corridor of the A1/A14, and significant northern extensions to the towns of Huntingdon and St Ives, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. And you explained yesterday, as I'd assumed from your proof, you've omitted that those features because you don't consider them relevant, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, shall we, for the purposes of these questions, could we turn up, please, Mrs. Bean's proof? And I'm going to, unless you tell me, or sir, you tell me that you really want to look at the separate figures, I'm actually going to look at the figures as they appear in the proof, at page 24 of the proof, and it's figure 8 that I'd like us to look at, please. Tell me when you're there, Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is, and we do, of course, it is available in a bigger size. But we've got here the study area, and Mrs. Bean has overlaid on what I think is an OS map. Lots of things, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, you've told us that when you say in your 1.3.3, you'll set out, you'll identify the features which you believe contribute to the area's character and local distinctiveness. You've told us that by the area you mean the study area, and we can see it going out. We can see the study area, can't we, out to the 4 km? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the St Ives northern extension, we can see, can't we, coming to about 2.5 third kilometers or something like that, 2.5, I don't know,
Yep.
from the site. Yeah. And Witton Airfield, we can see it's the pink thing that comes in again, crossing within the 3 km band.
Yep.
Yeah, pink thing on the left. So they're clearly, both of them, they are clearly within the study area, correct?
Within the 4K, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and they extend into the within the 3K ring, both of them, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the case. We can't say that either of them, as it were, put a slither into the study area or anything like that.
No.
No. Okay. Now let's look at Witton Airfield first, please. Could you turn up Mrs. Bean's rebuttal proof, please, at page 17? No. And at paragraph 2.319, we have a picture that I think is taken from the footpath that leads down to your viewpoint. Yeah. No, okay, all right. Yeah, this is taken. There's a kind of loopy footpath. And this is near your viewpoint D, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I don't think it's marked on a plan, but I wouldn't argue that it isn't.
No, I mean you can see, of course, in the foreground we've got the solar park thing, which is a orange marking on Mrs. Bean's figure 8 with the features marked, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then beyond that, we can see the buildings of the airfield, can't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where we're dwelling as it were. They're clearly visible in the landscape, aren't they?
The solar farm's visible, yeah.
Sorry?
The solar farm is visible, certainly, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
but I don't.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't really
Yeah.
understand the relevance because they're in the opposite direction to the site.
well, sorry, this is what's confusing me. Honestly, Mr. Reynolds, they're clearly in the study area. It's not as if they're kind of tucked down in some kind of cleft or valley or anything like that, is it?
No, but
Yeah.
I don't see the relevance of, which is why I didn't include them, the development of the airfield for starters.
Yeah.
Well, I just don't see the relevance of it to the scheme that we're talking about. They're in the opposite direction. Yes, they're on the outer edge of the study area, but I wouldn't say, oh, because of that solar farm, this is an semi-industrial study area.
See well, I mean, that's really interesting. This, as I say, the view we're looking at in Mrs. Bean's rebuttal at 2.3.19 is it's a view from a public footpath that's to the south of the village of Woodhurst. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you've made a point about another view from a public footpath to the south, broadly south of the village of Woodhurst, which is your viewpoint D. Yeah.
Yeah. The impact of the scheme that we're here talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, and we've also common ground that experience of landscape is kinetic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, how can it? I'll ask you openly. If someone's going for a walk from Woodhurst with the someone's going for a walk from Woodhurst and they look one way and they see the solar farm and the airfield. Now, how is that not relevant to landscape characterization for a study area that includes them about a site that they'll see if they look the other way? How is that not relevant?
Well, I don't think it is. I mean, I don't think Mr. Bean thought it was relevant because it wasn't mentioned in the LVIA originally. There was no mention of it. So I hate to say it, it strikes me as it's slightly clutching at straws to try and find something in the area that looks like. I mean, the fact that that's there, the purpose of LVIA is to assess a given development. Okay, and the step is you do a ZTV to show where it can be seen from. You then identify representative viewpoints and you assess the view of the scheme from those viewpoints. If there was a viewpoint that had been identified, for example, if the chimney was behind this in that view, then absolutely you would factor in the impact of having that within that view. But I find it slightly odd when you do an LVIA, you know, if I'm doing an assessment of the impact of, I don't know, the Shard in London, to say, but if you look at Canary Wharf, there are tall buildings, that doesn't affect the impact of the view to the Shard. So to be honest with you, I excluded it in the same way that I excluded the ancient woodland, which I know isn't within the 4.5 kilometres. So, you know, because I don't think that has bearing on the impact of this scheme as experienced. When I went to the viewpoints to take the photographs and look at them, I couldn't see that. I was looking towards the site because that's what I'm doing an assessment of. I think that this is on the edges of that landscape and it's not relevant. The character area is vast, and I don't think that that has any impact on the character area in relation to the site.
So we have, and we've got to be clear, there's a difference between assessing landscape character and then the visual amenity and the impacts on the views. Yeah. Okay.
There is, yeah.
Yeah. And we're talking here about assessing landscape character.
Yes.
Yeah. And we're talking about landscape character around this site. And you've told me that by that you're meaning the study area.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And despite the airfield being in an assessment, independent assessment from the district council, you agree, and St Ives being an independent assessment from the district council, you agree, identified in the key characteristics, and we see them sat here in that area, you say is the landscape we're assessing, you say they're not relevant.
Correct. That's my professional opinion.
Okay, well that's fantastic. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, I'll come in. I'll come on in due course to what you were saying, because your later answers about the views and what you do and don't see. You just suggested that Mrs. Bean didn't. You just suggested she didn't regard the key characteristics as relevant.
That's not what I said.
I
just said
yeah.
in the original LVIA,
yeah.
I don't recall having read that there was a mention of the solar farm.
Oh, right. Okay. I thought you were suggesting that in the original LVIA, Mrs. Bean, which of course she hadn't, had agreed with you that second bullet, sorry, the third bullet in the SPD is not relevant because she clearly says that.
What I'm saying is that I don't believe in the original LVIA was there any comment along the lines of there's also a solar farm development. This alters the character of the landscape, etc., etc.
Right. Okay. Fine. Had you actually noticed the solar farm or an airfield when you were on your
I don't think I walked to that particular viewpoint. No.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Well, I don't know where that viewpoint is for starters, so.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, Mr. Reynolds, that as you get to your viewpoint D, you can see these things, but you obviously hadn't noticed them, or you didn't. Is that the case?
Well, I wasn't looking for it.
All right. Okay. 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 These features, Whitton Airfield, solar farm, and the St Ives Urban Extension, they're all non-rural, non-agricultural features, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But for you, they're not. Okay, they're not relevant to the landscape assessment. Okay.
Of this for this scheme, no.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, obviously, we disagree pretty violently about that, but that's your view.
Yeah.
Yeah, the St Ives Northern Urban Extension, that obviously non-rural thing, that character, we can see, can't we, on Mrs. Bean's figure 8. We can see the B1040 heading up north towards the appeal site. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think at that point it's called the Somersham Road, and then as it crosses the Wheatsheaf Bunch Road round a junction, I think it becomes the St Ives Road.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bits of the non-rural character of the northern extension continue in pockets up that road, don't they?
That I disagree with that.
You disagree?
I think there's a change in character once you leave the urban area. It's actually quite a noticeable change.
No, I said bits of. I mean, come on to the fine detail.
There's other features. There's agricultural features. There are scattered buildings, etc. Yes, that's all noted in my assessment.
Well, I mean, my point is that there are pockets and clusters. You head up that B140 of non-rural amidst agricultural fields, aren't there?
Be very careful with terminology here. You're saying non-rural. Do you mean by that it's an awful term, but virgin landscape, as in no buildings? Because actually, I would say that the character, once you leave the town very quickly, becomes a rural landscape with agricultural buildings and features, which is what I've set out in my evidence.
I'll come on to that, Mr. Reynolds. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Now, the other one of the SPD key characteristics you omit, and I don't think actually I don't think there is the disagreement about this in terms of characterization of the area, is the ancient woodland in the northwest. Yeah.
Correct.
Because it's common ground. That's outside the study area, but it's relevant, isn't it, when thinking about, and this is now moving away from landscape characterization of the baseline, is relevant when we're thinking about the proposals as a whole, because if we move on in the SPD to page 76, it's got its looking forward section, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And we've got the helpful box there, and it says development proposals should, second bullet, plant new blocks of native woodland and hedgerows, to provide a stronger sense of structure to the landscape. You see that? And that recommendation or request, or however one wants to put it, that applies across the character area, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Now, I can't, again, I couldn't see that you had considered in your proof. And I should say, clearly, these proposals as part of the landscaping, they are planting new blocks of native woodland and hedgerows, aren't they?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
perimeter planting.
Yeah. I couldn't see that you had anywhere in your proof considered that part, the looking forward part of the SPD and what it says there. Is that right?
No, I don't think I do refer to that particular point.
Okay. All right. Well, I might come back to that. Okay. Now, turning back to page 73 at paragraph 3.5.2, talking about the LCA as a whole, of course, says the vast majority of the area is arable farmland. Other land uses include woodland, urban areas, and airfields. A strong topographic feature is the plateau to the northwest of Huntingdon, formerly occupied by Alconbury Airfield, and now being redeveloped at Alconbury Weald. Large field sizes create a strong sense of openness, which is enhanced by the lack of trees and hedgerows across much of the area. Away from the main settlements, the landscape is tranquil, and there is a sense of remoteness with much of the open arable farmland. Now, it's that final sentence that I want to ask you about, because that, of course, is the tranquility point is the point you pick up. And in your 4.1.6, having essentially, we can see in your 4.1.6, your first sentence is essentially it's a direct quote, isn't it, from that last sentence?
I think so, yeah.
Like, I mean, essentially, and then you say, while the appeal site itself and the immediate surroundings close to the B1, the B1040 cannot be described as tranquil due to the presence of traffic. This is certainly a feeling that is experienced once you move into the wider countryside beyond and the areas around the local villages such as Blunts and Woodhurst. Yeah, okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's the tranquility point you're dealing with. But you accept that tranquil is not something that could be said of the Envar site itself, or those immediate surroundings close to the B1040 due to the presence of traffic. You say correct? Yeah. Okay. And traffic is, you're clear about this. That is the explanation that you give there, correct?
The primary reason, yeah.
Okay. Now, of course, the B1040, that I think for absolute accuracy, once you get past, or certainly around the turn off to Pidley, then becomes the B1086, doesn't it?
I probably should have put slash.
But no, it's all right. We know what we're talking about. I mean, this was, I think, cleared up in the main statement of common ground. That is, it's one of in the study area. It is one of the main roads in terms of the sheer amount of traffic and the speed and the type of traffic as well that goes up and down it.
Yes.
Yeah. As I think we have heard interested parties stressing yesterday, amongst other things, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, in terms of the whole that you say at 4.1.6, we'll come on to some of that, but can we agree this, that as a matter of principle, so foundational approach, it's a false approach to landscape character assessment to characterize based on omitting certain areas or certain features of the landscape you're characterizing. You've got to take the whole, yeah.
Yeah, you look at the landscape character is assessed at different scales. So obviously, the bigger scale you go, necessarily the broader it becomes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, here we're agreed we're trying to assess the character in this 4K study area. So that's our scale. I mean, that's clearly that's clearly smaller than the scale that the district council SPD assessed at. We're focusing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I want to check that you're I mean, the way it reads, but I want to be fair, the way 4.1.6 reads, it reads if you are, as it were, excluding the character of the B1040/B1086 with its busy traffic from your landscape characterization. But
No,
that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
yeah, I
Yeah.
think what I'm saying is that I agree that as a whole, the area is tranquil. However, there are non-tranquil parts within it or features within it, whatever term you wish to use. And that, as I said, is kind of necessity of the area, the scale at which we're looking. There's going to be certain features. It doesn't mean that the footpath, for example, to my viewpoint D is incredibly tranquil, and I wouldn't say that that isn't tranquil just because another part is. If that makes sense, just because well, you wouldn't say that isn't tranquil just because if you're stood by the side of the B1040, it's not tranquil. See what I mean? So there are always going to be features within an area that don't meet the key characteristics because of the necessity of the scale at which it's being looked at.
Yeah. Yeah, but you got to take it as a whole. Yeah. I mean, you've got to put everything in the pot to get the right answer, whatever that answer is. Yeah. And it's the same principle. I think exactly the same principle. We don't when we're thinking about the character that does or doesn't flow from the individual parcels of land that make up the whole character area we're assessing. We don't just look at the built form. We need to look at things like the activity. We need to look at boundary treatment, even noise. We look at the whole lot, don't we?
Yeah, character is made up of a large number of different aspects.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still hearing. I think it was Mr. Spate who played what was like a loud vehicle beeper yesterday, wasn't it? On his mobile phone.
Yeah.
So okay. So let's look at some features. I just want to see what you do or don't say about them in your proof. And I'll start with the NVAR site itself. Okay. I mean, I'm just reflecting those before I get to this. I mean, you've said we disagree, but you've said, well, St Ives Urban Extension, Wetton Airfield, just not relevant at all. I mean, that seems to be proceeding on the basis that essentially the further you get from the site, you seem to fall off some kind of relevance cliff or something like that. Is that what you're doing?
I don't think so. No.
No. Okay.
I mean, it's to do with the impact that particular features have on the landscape. Clearly, they have a big impact on their immediate surroundings, and that impact lessens the further away that you go from them. But it depends on their nature as to how far away they have an impact.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the NVAR site, where the proposals will go if they're permitted, we've got the B140, which is a very obvious immediate feature. Yeah. And I presume and it's obviously that's very close to where the proposals will go, and the MVAR site is necessarily all around, so it's super close to where the proposals will go, correct?
Yeah.
So that's very much within your, immediate surrounding impact. And so I presume you do say that the existing character here at the MVAR site and the road by it is relevant to landscape character assessment.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And clearly there's some sizable built form over on the site, which we know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not something that you actually acknowledge in your proof, is it? Anywhere?
I think I assess well, I think it's common ground that the sensitivity of the site is moderate to low.
Okay. All right. So that, okay. All right. I mean, I'm just pointing you to that. I can't see you acknowledge that there's sizable built form in your proof on the MVAR site. If I've missed it, tell me.
I'd have to double check exactly what I said about it. I know I referred to a number of the buildings, as paragraph 4.1.7 at a local level, the landscape character is a mixture of farmland and remnant farms, many of which are no longer in agricultural use: Woodhurst Farm, Hill Farm, Heath Farm.
Yeah.
Mixture of different uses. Buildings remain typical modern agricultural forms of large metal clad and timber sheds with surrounding yards.
Yeah.
Mostly single story, some are quite large, rarely over 12 meters in height. So I think all of that is applicable to the MVAR site.
None of it's about the MVAR. I mean, you're not talking about the MVAR site.
I haven't said it explicitly, but the MVAR site, I would say, fits within that characterization. Unless there's anything that I've missed on MVAR that's very different to that.
Well, you've said nothing about the MVAR site in your proof. You've just taken us to a paragraph that's not about the MVAR site. In terms of the sizable built form on it, yeah?
I don't know that I say there is a sizable built form, but I do talk about the building. It's in MVAR site, covers approximately 18.5 hectares. Most of it's in use for in-vessel and open windrow composting, waste transfer and business operations. So I do refer to it. I don't go into detail because, again, my role here is to assist the inspector. So stating what's on the site is a kind of matter of fact. I don't see how me saying what's on the site would assist.
Well, what you're doing in your section 4 is telling us what you think about the landscape character, isn't it? So I'm starting with the thing that's most immediate to the proposals.
Well, in terms of the site, so I deal with landscape character at different scales. So we talk about the site, we talk about the wider area landscape character.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when we're considering, so we're going to work out from the proposals, as it were, out into the landscape. So we've got the MVAR site and we've got the built form on it. We also need to consider the fencing and the walling and the bunding around it, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I mean, it's not something you say anything about in your proof. Yeah. And the big machinery moving around inside it, correct? We need to consider all of that, yeah?
In terms of the character of the site.
As we're characterizing the landscape, we're working out from the, we're working out
so
now.
the character of the site, you
yeah,
have to factor in all of those elements, yes.
Yeah, okay, and the noise of those and the lorries and so on and so forth, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, now, it is the case across all of those features that you do not reflect anywhere on those features when you're characterizing, do you?
But I'm talking about the character of a much bigger area.
Okay.
So the impact of a reversing digger on that site does not have a bearing on the character of a 4 kilometre wide landscape study area. Is my point. That's what I said to you before. The overall character, there are always going to be elements and features that are different. It doesn't mean that the overall character of an area isn't tranquil just because there's one site in there where there happens to be a digger reversing, making a beeping noise.
And then obviously in your oral evidence in chief, you were taken to Mrs. Bean's rebuttal, do you recall?
A couple of times, yeah. What specific?
Well, sorry. You were taken to Mrs. Bean's rebuttal and you were asked about the MBAR site and lots of other, well, a number of other sites, yeah, and how essentially how you characterised.
Correct, yeah.
And the MBAR site, you said, well, you said buildings like, this is my note of your evidence, many of them agricultural in scale and appearance.
Correct, yeah.
And then later, my own friend Mr. Grant asked you about the steam plumes.
Yeah.
And you said you'd not seen them yourself, but if you had, you'd have perceived them as an agricultural activity anyway.
Yes.
That was what you said about the MBAR site. Okay. Now, putting everything about the MVAR site together, I just want to see and consider it now as a site on its own, and then we'll move out. But do we agree or disagree that it does not present as rural / agricultural and tranquil in character?
We disagree.
You disagree. You say it does.
I don't agree that. Well, you've grouped a lot of things together there. I wouldn't say it's tranquil in character. However, I would say it's agricultural in character, because even within a rural area, you're going to have farms where there is machinery and noise and activity. So it can be agriculture in character and not be tranquil in character. So I would disagree with you that it's, if you say to me, are you disagreeing that the site isn't tranquil? No, absolutely, the site isn't tranquil. That doesn't automatically mean it's not agricultural in character just because it isn't tranquil.
Okay, I mean, it's important to obviously understand where we differ. I mean, I know, Mr. Reynolds, there are some points that you will not budge on, and we need to establish those, and I can move on. So your position is the MVAR site, and we disagree on this, but the MVAR site is rural / agricultural in character. That is your. Okay, fine. And we disagree. I'll move on. I'm very happy, of course, for the inspector to reach his own view, and he'll be anxious to get out on site.
Absolutely, yeah.
And perhaps sitting here thinking, come on, I need to get out on site. And it's landscape evidence, honestly, my site with it. It just in terms of the plumes specifically, which you said you hadn't seen. If we'll just and so I'm keeping my mind on my eye on the time, and I'm looking for an appropriate moment. I assure you, I'm conscious it's been an hour and a half. The plumes in Mrs. Bean's rebuttal 2.2.38, we've got some, I think, stills that she has set out there, which sorry, have I got a false reference, haven't I? It's 2.3, sorry, 2.3 point. Yeah. Which you've obviously looked at now,
Sorry,
Mr. Reynolds.
What was the reference?
2.3.38 in Mrs. Bean's rebuttal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, these follow some text where she explains, and she's referring to Mr. Cooper's evidence, what he explains about them. So these are what come from turning windrows, which happens every 2 to 3 days, and from emptying tunnels, of course, depending on weather conditions. But depending on the weather conditions, Mr. Cooper says they can reach 40 meters in height. Just looking at 2.3.38, does that look about right to you? How high that plume is reaching? Is that reaching about 40 meters?
I've got no idea, but I'm not going to argue over the height.
No. I mean, you can see the building. You can see the building behind it to the left to give you a kind of rough idea of
no, that's
scale.
Fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, this is what Mr. Cooper said in his proof at 5.5. The public often mistake for smoke. I mean, I just want to be clear about this. These are these are a far cry from steam off an occasional pile of manure, aren't they?
Well, I don't. To be honest with you, I would actually say that this is, in some ways, is almost evidence of it being very agricultural. I mean, it's what I see there at 2.3.37, for example, is a machine turning over soil, which is probably the definition of an agricultural process. So
2.3.38. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at. This is one of the plumes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're not. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't call that plume.
Well, what would you call it?
Well, steam.
Okay. And you,
look, I'm happy. The point is, I personally do not look at that and think, oh God, this must be a really industrial area because there's steam coming off of the soil. That's my opinion. I mean, the steam will dissipate fairly quickly. The reason that the plume was initially raised as an issue with the chimney, and don't worry, I'm not going to start to talk about that because I know that there won't be one, except in a very, very exceptional circumstance. But it's not the visual impact of the plume, it's the fact that it draws attention to the structure of the chimney. So there's no kind of impact of the plume itself, it's what it draws attention to. And what that draws attention to in this scenario is a pile of soil, which is incredibly agricultural, in my opinion. It's not industrial.
You see, well, that's very helpful. You see a plume of that size, and you say, and we disagree, you say that reads as agricultural. Seeing that,
well, I personally haven't seen it, so it's very difficult because, as I said, and I don't think Mrs. Bean's seen it either. I think she says in here that she's never seen it.
I think Mrs. Bean says she's seen it at another site. But
okay,
yeah,
fine.
But
But my point is, if I was, for example, completely separately driving down the road past the site and I saw that, I wouldn't think that's an industrial site. I would assume it was part of an agricultural use.
Okay, that's
maybe that's different. Maybe the inspector will see it. Maybe the inspector will have a different view. But that's certainly
very interesting. So you're driving. Don't forget, this is taken from within the site. You're driving along the road, all the fences and so on and so forth. You see a great big steam cloud like that, and you think agricultural, and we
I do, absolutely, I do, yeah.
And we say you think what one thinks different. One thinks something quite different. Right, fine. Yeah. Yeah. Of course. I mean, it's an unfortunate reality, but it is the reality that when you're close enough to see what, to actually see the windrows, you do see that they are just covered in plastic. I mean, they're all the waste that sadly people fail to separate out from what have you. You're aware of that?
Yeah, but again, it doesn't change my perception of what's going on. I drive today, I've driven past a field that's covered in plastic, and it's plastic covering the ground for early crops to go in. I wouldn't say that's not, I would say that's agricultural.
Okay. I mean, I think there's a bit of a difference, isn't there, between a farmer putting down the plastic to protect the early crops and a load of waste with bits of rubbish in it, isn't there?
But you're just saying that because there's plastic in it, therefore
Mr.
Edwards,
is there a difference or not? And then go on and caveat.
There's a difference, but my view is that even in what you've described, I would not say it looks industrial.
Yeah, and so I presume that because you say the plumes look agricultural, you don't think that the fact that, for the reasons Mr. Cooper explains, the proposals will reduce them will be a positive thing in landscape visual terms. So there's another disagreement.
No, yeah, I would say it's a neutral.
Yeah. Right. Obviously, right next to the MVAR site. Yeah, actually, no. Let me let me pause there, sir. That is a good moment to stop because I'm now moving to the, just so Mr. Reynolds, you know what, coming to, I'm now moving to the warehousing immediately to the north. Okay.
Okay.
Actually, could you, for when we come back, if you agree this is a sensible time to stop, sir, I'll be taking you to CD 7.1.8. So
Okay. Which document is that?
it's the planning permission.
Okay.
It should be anyway. That's my note.
Okay,
Right.
we'll have a pause there then. So we'll adjourn for, I'm going to say 15 minutes, just so everyone can stretch their legs, have a refreshment break.
Yeah.
And we'll reconvene at 11:30.
Thank you, sir. And just so you know, where I'm sitting, as it were, in my notes. I'm pretty much as I anticipated when we closed yesterday. So it's looking like, it is still looking like longer than my 3.5 hours, but not radically longer than that estimate.
In relation to timings,
Yeah.
I might pick that up with you when we return. I don't want to extend it beyond a reasonable limit, you see.
No.
So when you're mentioning about extensions and so on and so forth, it would need good reason to do that. So I'll pause there and we can
sure.
pick that up when we come back.
Yeah.
Okay, the inquiry is adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, the inquiry is resumed. We broke off just now amidst cross-examination of Mr. Reynolds. There was a little bit of a discussion about possible timings. I'd like to continue that just to get a flavour of that. We'd planned for 3.5 hours or something like as a ballpark. How long do you actually need in terms of completing what you need to?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, of course, the 3.5 hours was, I think it was meant to be with a caveat, obviously subject to evidence in chief and so on. So I said yesterday, I thought my estimate had gone up, but not radically gone up. It sits, and it's still only an estimate, but the total estimate is sitting at something like 4 hours, maybe 4 hours and a little bit, but not. I can't see it going much more than that.
Well, I think an extra half an hour might be feasible, but the actual reason what was alluded to was the discussion about the requirements as opposed to what might be helpful in terms of the evidence. And there was just some discussion of that. What is the specific reason for the overlap of the?
So the various reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, they should become apparent as I go through the cross-examination. But
Okay.
And I'm obviously hoping for all of them not to take too long, and I'll move as swiftly. But I think you will see as I go through it why I'm picking up points that were raised in chief, and
Okay.
spending a tiny bit of time on them and moving on.
Okay. I'm happy for you to continue, but if it is excessive in any way, I might interject.
And I know you will, sir.
Yeah.
And I am acutely conscious that for a landscape and visual issue, you will be itching to get out on site, but it's also important we have the witnesses.
Yeah.
Evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Reynolds, hello again. Now I said we're going to move on to the warehousing to the north at the north of the Envar site.
Yeah.
Just ticking off my question, given your evidence that, of course, the airfield and the northern extension are not relevant, you accept this is relevant, do you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We've got photographs in Mrs. Bean's proof. If we look at pages 19 and 20, got a number of photographs in it. It's got this. Well, you know, it does have this quite striking yellow flashing, which I must say is a new one on me, as it were.
Yeah, I would say it's an odd choice. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's obviously sizable. It's clearly visible, and there are frequently many lorries there, aren't there? You're aware of that?
Yeah, I think it's owned by a transport company. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's what you'd expect, owned by a transport company. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure we necessarily need to turn up the planning permission, but it's all consistent. The planning permission is for a quote commercial warehouse building, correct?
I'm not sure that's exact wording, but yeah.
Oh, okay, I think it is the exact wording.
Okay.
I don't think I've got that wrong. Okay, you better turn it out. 7.1.8. Yeah.
Very slowly.
Yeah, 7.1.8.
Yeah.
You see it it's the operational operative wording of permission.
Okay. Yeah.
Got it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Commercial warehouse building.
Yeah.
Right. Now you were asked about this in evidence in chief, of course, and your answer, which I noted down, was careful one. You were asked to characterize it, and you said it had the quotes scale of contemporary agricultural. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
And by scale, you've explained you mean height and width.
Yeah.
Now, of course, saying something has the scale of contemporary agriculture is not saying it's agricultural in character, appearance, is it? It's different.
No, yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah. Now, again, you are not, I'm looking at, Mrs. Bean's page 19, 20, you're not, are you seriously saying this warehouse with its yellow flashing is agricultural / rural in character?
I'm saying it,
Or are you?
I'm not saying rural, again,
Mm.
it's not, it's agricultural / rural, because actually they're different things. But I would say that building is entirely compatible with an agricultural building. There are many agricultural buildings that look maybe not exactly the same with the yellow detail, but certainly of that size, scale, colour. I would say that it's entirely compatible.
Well, you're being quite careful again, Mr. Reynolds, but I'm asking about the character. Are you seriously saying that is agricultural in character?
Contemporary agriculture, yes.
I might come back to contemporary agriculture. Let's see. Obviously beyond, I think pretty much immediately beyond that, certainly very close to it, there's a traveller site which is called 5 Acre Field, correct?
Yeah.
And the inspector will see if he hasn't already that as you proceed towards the Envar site from the north, from the road, you see, I think you clearly see the traveller site, and you see the warehouse behind it. Correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the inspector will see that on the site visit. I mean, can we look at LVIA view 4, please? I just want to see where you stand on this. So that is CD 1.1.3N, I think. And could you at the same time open Mrs. Bean's proof at page 15? Yeah. So view 4 is taken at about I think it's almost bang on the 1 kilometer band, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 And then obviously the photograph that Mrs. Bean's taken at 2.3.15 is taken from nearer, and we can see I mean that's quite a good one, isn't it? Because you can see the caravan site and you can see the warehouse in behind it, can't you?
No, sorry, when was...
Sorry, in the rebuttal. Sorry, I'm saying proof. Mr. Bean is correctly. I do apologise. That's why you're wondering what I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm talking about the rebuttal. My apologies. 2.3.15 at page 15.
Yes.
Yeah. So we see the traveller site and we can see the warehouse.
Yeah.
In behind it, and then we go further. We go further back. In view 4, I mean, actually, just sorry, page this photograph, page 15. Can I just have your take? And I know I'm sure you're going to caveat by saying, and we agree, you've got to look at the landscape as a whole. But looking at the view there, is that one you say, well, that's just simply a rural agricultural view, or do you say it's a mixed view?
Sorry, which one?
The bottom of page 15 of Mrs. Bean's
15?
rebuttal. 15 of the rebuttal.
Yeah, I'd say that's a rural agricultural view.
Okay, all right. I mean, again, interesting. I think
It's very, just to say, it's very difficult with a photograph, which is why you have to do visual impact assessment on site, because actually it's about the overall experience, not a single frame photograph. So,
Yes, yeah.
but I would say that broadly speaking, yes, that is an agricultural view.
Yeah. And to be clear about this, is that because you're saying that the traveller site is rural agricultural in character?
No, it's because there's
No.
a large field in the foreground.
Right.
There's a large amount of vegetation. There's drainage ditch. There is a traveller site within that, but again, there's things you see in the countryside. It comes back to my point that just because there's something which is kind of not part of that character, it doesn't mean that it changes the whole character area from being something different. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's an
Yeah.
urban view just because there's some residential properties in it.
Yeah. Obviously, we need to look at it as a whole, but the questions have to ask you about specific things to understand your position.
So
on it.
my position is that is an agricultural view. Yes.
Yeah, and your position on the traveller site, though, you don't say the traveller site is rural or agricultural in character. That particular
Not
thing.
agricultural in character. No,
Yeah.
I mean it could be quite rural. You often see them in country areas. So it's a feature of the rural landscape. Put it that way.
The reason I wanted to ask you about U4 actually is I wondered if you'd noted, I mean it's marked as a farm track, but I think it's right that you see the vehicles in view 4 off to the left, they're heading across the field. Well, it looks like they're heading across the field, but they're on a track.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think they're on the way to the Mick George landfill. Is that something you're aware of?
Landfill site. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see the trucks.
Yes, you see the trucks. Exactly.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah. 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 I mean, I'm sure yet again we'll have a disagreement about this, Mr. Reynolds. Trucks, going across the landscape. I mean, you're going to say that's rural and agricultural, are you?
Well, it's a road. I'm not going to say, oh, this isn't rural or agricultural because there's a road. And actually, you do get, again, I grew up in Norfolk, so you see quite large trucks carrying sugar beet. I don't say it's not agricultural when I see a large truck of that size loaded with sugar beet going past.
We're talking about trucks we're talking about a landfill and trucks going to and from it.
But there's nothing on the truck that says it's landfill. It's just a large truck moving along a road. The landfill's not, it's not like it's a tall object, so you wouldn't know that it was landfill. You just see trucks moving along the road.
Okay. All right. You were taken in chief to a number of other features that are local to the appeal site by reference to Mrs. Bean's rebuttal photographs. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I think the list that I had was the sheds that physically seem associated with the Raptor Foundation. I do not know if they are owned by the Raptor Foundation. I think the brick merchants, the glass houses, and the what I think is a broiler unit, poultry unit.
Yeah.
And of course, they're all features you hadn't mentioned in your proof as something you considered, which is why Mrs. Bean flagged them in her rebuttal, and then you went to them in chief, correct?
Yeah, I don't mention every single feature within 4 kilometers of the sites.
Okay. My notes are, you were asked to characterize them, and essentially the question was agricultural or industrial / semi-industrial, and you said Raptor Foundation, agricultural, glass houses, similar to agricultural, poultry unit, agriculture use, agricultural buildings, brick merchants, building in form and appearance, agricultural. Is that
Yes.
about right? Yeah. Okay. So
I think, again,
Yeah.
this might help, but I think the way I put it quite carefully, I think, was to talk about in terms of the buildings, appearance.
Yeah.
What was the appearance? And the answer then was
Yeah.
agricultural.
Yeah, that was my understanding. That was your understanding,
Yes,
Mr. Reynolds. Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. So, so let's look at them. We're not going to take long. The inspector's going to go on site and see it for himself. 2.3.20 is the brick merchants. I want to be clear about this. Your evidence is it that this is a rural or agricultural scene in character? Is that your evidence?
My evidence is those buildings are agricultural.
Well, I'm asking about the scene. Okay, the scene. One sees one's driving along the road or whatever it is.
But that's not a view from driving along the road. It's a view from within the site.
Yeah.
It's not a viewpoint that's been identified in the LVIA as a specific view, marking any receptors. So what I said before is correct. Those are, in fact, they probably were agricultural buildings. I imagine I think that's one of the former farms, isn't it? I forgot which name it is. However, clearly it's got some bricks stacked in front of it in the yard because it's in use as a brick merchant, but that doesn't alter the fact that those buildings are agricultural in character, which is what I said yesterday.
I'm asking about the scene. Okay, let me be clear about that. I want your evidence. I want to know what your evidence is, Mr. Reynolds. Whether you say that scene is agricultural in character or not.
That scene is not agricultural
and not rural. To be clear about that.
Well, the rural is to do with context. So, you could have the most rural area imaginable. But if I had a close up of someone's house and garage and you said, well, that's not rural, that's urban, that's a house and a garage, that's residential in character. Yeah. So my point is, so it can be rural and have other elements within it. So I would say that scene as a static view fixed in there is a brick merchant. That's fairly obvious. It's not agricultural. You don't grow bricks. However, the buildings are agricultural in scale and character.
Okay. And of course, we've got to add in the activity that's happening there to do with the bricks, which is also activity that's necessarily not agricultural in character. Is that?
It would be a mixture. I would say some of it would be agricultural in character, but some of it wouldn't be.
Well, I mean, you've just said that you just
loading products onto things being loaded on and off of trucks. That's fairly standard. That happens on farms. So.
Okay, all right. I mean, I'm interested, and I'll note your evidence. Poultry unit. Now, I think go back a page in Mrs. Bean's rebuttal, 2.318. So this is taken from Mrs. Bean. Helpfully gives us she gives us the measurements, you see, of where these are relative to the site. So the brick merchants approx 850 meters south of the site, and then she goes a little bit further south, 2.318. She tells us she's standing approx 950 meters south of the site. Okay, so we've gone about 100 meters on, and on the right hand side, that is the poultry unit, the grey thing, isn't it?
Poultry farm, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I believe the term that's used here in her evidence is Somersham Poultry Farm.
Yeah. In terms of what it looks like,
an agricultural shed.
It looks like a factory, doesn't it?
No, it looks like an agricultural shed.
Looks like an agricultural shed to you. We can see like chimneys standing up from it, can't we?
I don't think I can see a chimney.
No. mean, this is,
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ian. Can you be a little bit careful how things are put? Because I don't think it's Mrs. Bean's position in any of the evidence she's set out that this has the appearance of a factory. So if we can, if the case that's put can just correspond, please,
Well,
to Mrs. Bean's evidence.
well, I mean, this is a unit that you don't, everything that happens there happens inside it, doesn't it? It's one of those.
I haven't been
Isn't it?
around it. I don't believe so. I think yesterday we were told that there was free range, so presumably the chickens are outside. I mean, if you, I find it. This is actually, I found it quite odd that there was a suggestion that a poultry farm isn't agricultural. I must admit.
We're talking about how things look when we're you know, how they look and they experience using the senses, how they're characterized. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I would say that a
Yeah.
poultry farm is agricultural. It looks agricultural. It is agricultural.
Right.
You know,
You just okay. So you
similar
you
to the
see,
brickworks.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just about because on the brickworks you were suggesting that it's not agricultural because it's not used as an agricultural use, even if it looks agricultural. Whereas here, it seems to be the suggestion that just because it's used as agricultural, it doesn't mean it looks agricultural.
No, Mr. Reynolds. No, I mean, I'm not going to go back over the brickworks. Okay, I'm asking you about how, you know, how these things look, how they appear.
Well,
when
to
you're
me,
taking in all the senses. You're saying
that is my evidence.
You see that and you see agricultural.
When I visited the site,
All
I
right.
didn't look at it standalone, but I was aware of it being there as I walked around and drove around the area, and that didn't jump out at me as being a non-agricultural feature. No.
Yeah. And presumably you say that you say the same about the buildings to the left, which I think are the Monsall works. You see on the left of the view.
Yeah, it's noted in my evidence, all those farms that are, even where they're not in agricultural use, they're still in agricultural character.
Yeah. And we've got, I think we've got a photo at 2316 of the entrance to the Monsall works. So it's all for you, it's all the same deal, yeah.
The Monsall Works one, well, we're right on the edge of St Ives there, so that's read in the context of the edge of St Ives.
But for you, this is I mean, this you know, this bit of the scene here.
I don't know that I said that this one was agriculture in character.
Okay, sorry, I thought you just did. But you don't say that. All right, no.
Not this particular point, and I wouldn't say that the rugby club is agriculture in character. Which is the photograph underneath it. Well, it's a rugby club.
Yeah. Okay.
But I would say that it's rural. It's, you know, rugby's played on a green field, which is pretty rural.
Gosh. Okay. So you say rugby club, rural. Right. Okay. I mean, just on the topic, you use the phrase contemporary agricultural.
Yes.
And you've used it a few times.
Yeah.
I mean, forgive me, but when I look, you know, when I look at the poultry, I'm calling it the poultry unit because, you know,
because you don't use the word farm. I know.
Well, I mean, even
though Mrs. Bean used the word farm.
Well, it just you know, I mean, when you've got these, and I don't know what it is. They tend to be super sensitive about what they put online because there's a lot of activism about intensive meat and indeed intensive egg laying. So they're very secretive, and you Google it and you won't find details other than, yeah, well, you won't find details. So that's why I'm calling it a unit. But you obviously you don't look at that and think there's some traditional agriculture there. You don't, obviously.
I don't. So the reason I use the word contemporary agriculture, I don't really want this to become a history lesson in farming, but clearly modern agriculture uses buildings which are a lot larger. As we know, fields have got a lot larger, field boundaries have been taken out, machinery is a lot larger. There's perhaps an automatic connotation. If I said to you, imagine a rural agricultural scene, you would kind of have this vision of a horse pulling a plough and a quaint little barn with a thatched roof. And, you know, my point is that isn't contemporary agriculture. Contemporary agriculture uses much bigger buildings, there's more machinery, it's noisier, but it's still agricultural. It doesn't mean that it's not agricultural just because they're bigger buildings, taller, larger footprint. So that's why I use the term contemporary agricultural.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues is that when we've got something like the Woodhurst warehousing, which is, you know, it's a commercial warehouse in a commercial warehouse shed with its, you know, its striking yellow flashing. And we see, you know, the lorries there, so, you know, it's a transport company, and that communicates. That where there's little visual difference between something that's commercial like that, or something that's got chickens in it, like I assume that the poultry unit has. Well, it doesn't really take one very far, does it, in terms of how people understand them, to say, well, but that's like contemporary agriculture if they're essentially in the same buildings. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you have to remember that what I'm focusing on here is the impact of the chimney. So what I've talked about is the fact that the chimney is what switches this from being, if you like, a contemporary agriculture to being industrial in nature, because chimneys are seen as an industrial stack or flue, whatever you want to call it, is seen as being an industrial feature, and that to me is what switches it. I think if we were here and the chimney wasn't there, and it was just a collection of green buildings similar in scale to Woodhurst Farm, then I don't think I would be able to be sitting here to defend it, because I don't think that would be different in character to the wider area. However, the chimney, in my mind, makes this become an industrial feature and industrializes a landscape which is agriculture in character, contemporary agricultural, not traditional agricultural.
Okay, right. We're almost there through the different sites. Okay. I note that you were not taken to either of the waste sites on the Blunchdon Heath Road. In your chief, there is a photograph of one of them in Mrs. Bean's rebuttal.
Yeah.
I don't know why you weren't taken to them, but may I take it? Perhaps it was because 2.3.13 is the photo. That is not a scene that you would characterize as rural or agricultural.
It was because we were talking specifically about buildings, and that's just a picture of an entrance to a recycling centre.
Okay, well, a question, do you characterize that as simply rural agriculture in character?
Not that photograph, no.
And the same for the metal recovery site that's also on the road.
Which photograph's that?
I don't think there is a photograph of it. I mean, sorry,
okay.
I'm sure you're aware of it. I'm just asking about it.
Well, as I said to you, the fact that there are specific features which are not does not mean that the overall character isn't.
Yeah. Okay. And you did deal with the water towers in your chief. I just want to check please your evidence on that and make sure I've understood you correctly. So we've got photographs of those at pages 21 to 22 of Mrs. Bean's rebuttal. You've got those, Mr. Reynolds.
I do, yeah.
Great. And I think, did I have this right that you said they are associated with residential? No,
Broadly
I have that wrong.
No, I think broadly speaking, I would assume that water towers are a sign of there being residential use.
I didn't have that wrong. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. No, thank you. And you were also asked about, of course, I mean that they are something that you hadn't considered in your proof, and you also asked about wind turbines, another thing you hadn't considered in your proof. And you said, my note was, people recognise them as the energy generators.
Yes.
And you made a mention of there having been windmills in the countryside historically.
Correct.
Yeah. And I mean, if we're talking about historically at least, there have been chimneys in the countryside at range of, going back to the start of the Industrial Revolution, lots of kind of small little manufactories and mills and so on, haven't there?
I don't know that there were what there was in this area in particular.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you pointed us to a windmill in this area. You were making a general point, as I understood it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's correct, isn't it?
I don't know that there would have been. My point was that when people see a windmill, it's recognised as an
energy generator.
Yeah.
Oh. When people see a turbine, I think you mean. When people see a turbine, they recognise it as an energy generator.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now, as you know, and this is it's clearly a point of disagreement that we're not going. I don't think we're going to agree on, but I will just see how far we can take it. We disagree with as it were, an assessment of the character of the landscape of the relevant area as one that is simply rural / agricultural. Now, I want to be clear. We say it's more nuanced than that. And I want to be clear about this, absolutely clear. Is your position that the character of the relevant area is simply rural / agricultural, or is it that it's more nuanced than that?
I would say it's purely, using your term, rural / agricultural. However, there are elements within it which are incongruous to that or different to that, but it does not mean that the overall area is not rural / agricultural. And it depends on what those elements are as to whether or not they would materially alter the overall character.
Yeah. And so we're really clear about, as it were, whether the difference of approach. Of course, we're not saying, and Mrs. Bean has never said, of course, that there aren't parts of the character, sizable parts of the character that are rural agricultural, but when you've got the roads and the activities and the non-rural bits, you take them in the round, make a more nuanced view reflecting that, just as the SPD key characteristics for the LCA 3 do, with the references to Witten and the urban extensions and the roads. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. But you're not budging, simply rural agricultural. Yeah.
I didn't say simply rural agricultural. I said rural agricultural with features and elements which are not rural agricultural, but which do not change the overall character from being rural agricultural, in my opinion.
Okay, all right, well, obviously, take that up with Mrs. Bean, and in submissions, and of course, the inspector will reach his own view on site. Can I, move now to the visual baseline, I mean, at the very, of course, at the very highest level, and now we see how, I suppose, the visual baseline interacts with an understanding of the landscape baseline. Visibility inevitably reduces over distance, which affects the sensitivity of the, is one thing that affects the sensitivity of the landscape to the proposal, correct?
One element of it.
One is one element. Yeah. And clearly, if we are right that the area that is immediately around where the chimney would be is that is not purely rural agricultural, it's got, you know, some semi-industrial character, it would follow that where the chimney is most visible, clearly there'd be an interrelation between that character there and its point of, I suppose, greatest visibility, which feeds into sensitivity as one component.
No,
right?
because you're confusing there the impact of the proposal with the baseline. So the sensitivity is measured. It's not sensitivity considering the proposal. So sensitivity is worked out on the base, so the current area. So when you do your final assessment, it may be that it's a lower magnitude because you've got a lower sensitivity to begin with. But the sensitivity of the receptor is not impacted by the proposal, the scheme proposal.
Sorry, I thought we'd agreed this actually yesterday. I thought that the sensitivity, one factor in the sensitivity, is because it's sensitivity to the particular development proposed.
It's susceptibility to a type of development.
Yeah. Oh, okay,
not the specific proposed scheme.
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. We're not misunderstanding each other. So, putting in sensitivity to the type of development.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So, making that clear in my question.
Yes.
There is this interrelationship between declining visibility as one goes further away, essentially.
Yeah.
And sensitivity, which is sensitivity to the type of development, and it is relevant. It is clearly relevant to that. If we're right, and I know you say we're not right, but if we're right that the most immediate surroundings, so where the type of development will be most visible, if that's not simply rural agricultural, there is a relationship between these things that feeds into sensitivity.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Your 4.3.2 in your proof, please. You say there, as outlined in chapter 2.4, the Livia failed to establish the full impact of the appeal scheme due to a number of shortcomings in the methodology that was followed, which resulted in a failure to assess a number of representative viewpoints of the South and failed to assess the full impact of the proposed chimney. And you refer to fixed representative viewpoints being a useful aid. And just to understand how this sets up, because that's a kind of short form summation, you've got a longer section in your proof at 2.4, haven't you? Which is a bit of a talk through of this. So I just want to get your complaints, as it were, in a row. So your first one is at 2.4.4, and the first is a lack of ZTV. Yeah,
correct. Yeah,
yeah. And you quote the advice from the viewpoints about the viewpoints from the then Huntingdonshire landscape officer. Yeah.
Yes.
And we've had we've discussed that already. And what you then go on to say at 2.410 and 2.411 is, had a ZTV been produced digitally, it would have shown theoretical visibility, and this is, I'm quoting, across almost the entire landscape to well beyond 5 kilometres. And you continue that it would also have demonstrated there are in fact views of the site to the south, despite the local landform variations. And you produced a digital ZTV to demonstrate this. Yep. Yeah. And you tell us as a result, you've identified 4 additional viewpoints that you feel should have been assessed. And we've got your ZTV and your appendices, but I want to look at it because I do find this helpful to do so side by side with the one that Mrs. Bean has produced, which is set out side by side at page 6 in her rebuttal. So could you look at that, please? Where you see them both, don't we?
Yeah.
And both are what's called bare earth, so they don't show many obstacles to visibility like vegetation and building and so on. Yeah. We know from the landscape visual statement of common ground that the county council, and for this I'm reading you, Mr. Reynolds, accept that Mrs. Bean's is more accurate. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Now I have to say that your ZTV is being brutal. It is quite simply wrong, isn't it? Even as a bare earth ZTV.
Well, it's less accurate, but I think what happened was it uses a grid of points, and it uses a broader grid of points than the other one. So, which is why we've accepted that the other ZTV is the more accurate one.
Well, the thing is, I can't quite get away from your words in your proof, which you said, because you said the ZTV demonstrates theoretical visibility quotes across almost the entire landscape.
Well, that was
5K.
Yeah. So that was based on the ZTV that I'd prepared at the time. Yes. So I'm happy to amend that to say that having seen a more accurate one that's now been produced, which obviously hadn't been produced because no ZTV had been produced up until this point, that I would say that it's not across the entire landscape. However, I think what the ZTV that was being produced has shown is that there is still extensive visibility to well beyond the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kilometre line, and beyond that, there's still visibility.
Right. Now, that ZTV was your one, was of course what you based your proof assessment on, wasn't that? Your ZTV when you wrote your proof.
What do you mean based my proof on?
Well, that was you just explained the reason you said what you said in your proof.
Yeah, so I used the ZTV. I used the ZTV to identify potential viewpoints, because my opinion, and this was from knowledge of the area, was I was surprised by the landscape officer comment originally that there were less visible. It was less visible from the south because knowing the area, looking at the topography, I was surprised that it was less visible for the south. The site is on top of a hill. So I prepared this. I then identified the viewpoint. So the only real purpose of the ZTV was to demonstrate A, that there was visibility from the south, and B, to allow me to select some viewpoints that fell within that area of visibility to then go out to site and check the visibility on site. That's the process that we follow. So while the ZTV that Mrs. Bean produced shows that it's not as visible as the one I'd done, that doesn't actually alter anything that I've done. It demonstrates that there is, as I suspected, visibility from the south. In fact, there's quite a large area to the north where it's not visible. I would say there's almost as much visibility from the south as there is to the north. It also showed again that the 4 viewpoints that I selected, if you do an overlay, all fall within the area of visibility on the other ZTV that was produced. So they are still all perfectly valid viewpoints. And in fact, apart from the one where there's very specific local landform that prevents a view, the other 3 do all have a view of the site as has been evidenced by the type 3 visualizations that were subsequently prepared.
Well, I'll come on to them very, very shortly. Why was, I mean, why was yours off center?
Off center.
Yeah, I just wondered, I couldn't work out why your ZTV was off center. You see what I mean?
It's probably because of that's the tile of the map that I had.
Maybe I wasn't because you were looking south, as it were. I don't know.
No,
No, anyway.
It's literally, that's just the cropping of the tile of the map that was used.
Okay. Okay. So, right. So we've got these 4 viewpoints that you say, and the, missed or whatever, and which you then assess in your proof in relation to the chimney, correct?
Yeah.
And whereas Mrs. Bean assesses in relation, of course, to the proposals as a whole, as we know. Now, just before we dive into those, can I just check with you, because there was some it was a genuinely confusing exchange yesterday you had with Mr. Grant. You are aware, at least I thought you were aware, Mr. Reynolds, that Mrs. Bean's assessment in her Livia is an assessment of the various views, the visual amenity is an assessment at year 0. So before any landscaping has got anywhere effectively. Yeah?
Yes.
And you are aware of that?
The visual assessment is on,
yes.
There's a construction and a completion, and completion is year 0.
Yeah, okay. And I thought you had understood that, because you're clear in your proof at 4.3.3, if you need the reference, that was what you'd understood. Now, I may have misunderstood, but let me clear it up. I thought that yesterday you agreed with Mr. Grant that Mrs. Bean's LVIA assessments of the views are somehow with the landscaping taken into, with the full landscaping taken into account. And you recall Mr. Grant referred to them as residual. But I mean,
if that's how it came across, that wasn't.
No, okay.
I don't think that's certainly not what I intended. If that came across.
Okay. Well, all right. I mean, so you recall we had an exchange about this yesterday.
I mean, I think the key thing is probably what I put in 4.3.4 of my proof, which is that I undertook the same approach, i.e. assuming completion is 0. And then I put the note in there that while there would be beneficial mitigation from planting in year 15, so I just highlight that it's unusual, to be honest, to not assess year 15 in an LVIA, because most people want it to be the best case scenario, which is once the mitigation planting is matured. So I highlight that it's unusual, but that's fine. No issue with that. It's assessing the worst case scenario, which is perfectly good. But my point that I make in 4.3.4 is that because the focus of the reason for refusal is the impact of the chimney, not the lower buildings, and because it's common ground, I think, that the planting won't screen the upper parts of the chimney. Therefore, in my opinion, I'm not going to consider year 15, because actually the visibility of the chimney would be the same in year 15 as it would be in year 0, because the planting won't have grown to a height that it would screen the chimney.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I understand what you have done.
Yeah.
And I get that, because you tell us in your proof. What I still, for the life of me, don't understand, and I just need to check this point of view. And sorry, because I am slipping forward from visual baseline to effects, but I think that's just what happens when you're dealing with the visual amenity side of things, frankly. what I still, for the life of me, don't understand is why it is it's maintained on your side, as it were, that your table 4.2 in your proof, you'll recall, where you set out your summary of visual effects, and you put next to it what Mrs. B had set out in the Livia. Why it's suggested that is a comparison in reality of like for like. And can I just discuss this with you, just take it step by step, so we can see that it isn't. So we agree that what Mrs. Bean has done, and if we need to, we can go to the Livia. If you want to go there, we can go there. But what she's done in the Livia is that she's assessed the what she calls the magnitude of residual visual change for the viewpoints for construction and quotes on completion. And we know, because it's clear, it's an on completion. It's not at 15 years when the landscaping's mature. We know that. We just discussed it. And so her assessment is it's of the proposals as a whole, not just the chimney, unlike yours. And B, it necessarily assumes nothing in terms of landscaping of any height. So there's the A and the B. Okay. And if we want to really copper bottom that, if we want to, we can see that, Mrs. Bean in the final LVA we're looking at here, she's kept all the text that was in the first one in normal font, hasn't she? And she's then got italics.
You can see the edits
for what comes later. Now you all know that the landscape mitigation that was proposed when the application was made is very different. Very different to the landscape mitigation that was eventually arrived at, isn't it?
Correct.
It's right, isn't it, that probably the key difference is that the landscape mitigation that arrived at is one that has these tree belts in it.
They were added in. I think
they were added, and they were clearly, for officers, very important. They were. So, and of course, when Mrs. Bean did her first Livia, and we can see all the normal text going through all her assessments, that wasn't the landscaping that was proposed.
No.
Okay. So for all of these reasons, this is why I say, Mr. Reynolds, that it is clearly, it's comparing apples and pears, your table 4.2, and what one can't do, what one cannot do, of course, is say, because we need to bear in mind, as you've accepted, that the landscaping, when it's mature, well, effectively it will deal with the other built form. It's just the chimney. So 4.2, it's obviously not, it's not right to say or suggest that because in the Livia, Mrs. Bean has said whatever grading she said about a particular viewpoint at year 0 for the proposal as a whole, therefore she's saying the same as you about just the chimney, is it?
I don't think I do say that.
Okay, I'm just checking you agree with that.
As a
proposition,
as a headline proposition, yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. No, that's good. I mean, I was worried that we were really I think inexplicable cross purposes from in some evidence and chief yesterday.
So the purpose of that table really was that, certainly in the past, it has been suggested that it would be helpful to have a table so that you don't have to keep flicking between documents to see what the differences are and what the similarities are. So I literally, that's just me putting my assessment and the assessment from the other. I don't think I say that that it's a comparable or the same assessment. It's merely a matter of fact that one is the summary of effects from the LVIA, and one is the summary effects as I've assessed it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you'll recall yesterday there was quite a lot of evidence in chief along the lines of exploring review, and Mrs. Bean says this grading, and you say this grading. Do you remember?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think what I would say is that obviously for sensitivity, it should be a like for like, because effectively on sensitivity, you're talking about the baseline scenario. So the baseline is the baseline.
Well, I mean,
I know what your point you were making earlier is that you have to factor into that the type of use. But again, it's broad, and I would say that broadly the type of use is the same. If it was a residential scheme, for example, you wouldn't have a different sensitivity if it was a 3-story house versus apartments. You would assess the susceptibility on the basis of it being residential use. So I think the sensitivity broadly is the same. Where there may be differ is the magnitude of change. So for example, if I've said, I think it's a high magnitude of change, that's based on the chimney. Mrs. Bean has said, I think it's moderate. I'm just picking viewpoint 1, magnitude of change. That's based on the chimney plus the lower buildings with no screening, for example. But what you can then do is read the LVA in more detail, where this has been helpfully set out, the reasoning behind it. And very often in there, it talks about the impact of the chimney as being one of the reasons that the grading that's been given has been given. Well,
I was going to come on to that because I did need to deal with that. So thank you for taking me straight onto it, Mr. Reynolds, because well, you just said one of the reasons. I'm have to say I wasn't my understanding of that being the thrust of the exchange you have with my learned friend. It seemed to be that the point that was being suggested was that Mrs. Bean was very much putting the chimney at the top of the list. I mean, let's go to page 50.
Driver was the way I put it in.
Was that the exact word? Yeah. Okay. I mean, let's go to page 52, which is this is where we've got all the viewpoint assessments in the Livia. And as you say, we've got the text here. This is just viewpoint 1. As if viewpoint takes in the entire eastern boundary of the proposed site, it's a short distance away at the same level. The proposal will consolidate the built form and perceived openness of the view. So obviously, proposals is copying back the proposals as a whole. The view, and then it says view will be able to see a large portion of proposed buildings, the digesters, dry digester storage area, pellet fertilizer, biomass building, ERF stack across the majority of the view. The buildings will break the skyline, as the existing buildings already do, especially the ERF stack. It will sit up tall into the sky, and then it goes on to the buns, the planting on the bun. So we can see all the, say all, I don't know, but lots of the built form is being referred to, isn't it?
Yeah, the various buildings
and various. I mean, if we go all the way through. I think we're going to go all the way through. Next one, viewpoint 2. The viewer will be able to see up to the site over the intervening hedgerows towards the upper portion of proposed buildings. The digesters, dry digester storage area, pellet, biomass, and ERF stack. These buildings will break the skyline, especially if it's similar tall into the sky. I mean, I'm not going to go. The inspector can read them. You know. These are by no means reasonings that are saying, I think my learned friend said he used the word driver, that it's the ERF stack that's driving the change or whatever it is.
I think the ERF stack is a common. I think I might be wrong because I can't remember the exact word. But I think they all mention the stack as being part of it. Right. And obviously, I mean, one of the I suppose one thing you could do is you could do a ZTV excluding the stack to see what if you like the extended area that the stack is visible over. That could be a way of assessing.
We've got enough ZTVs, Mr. Reynolds.
I know. I'm just saying that is the purpose of the ZTV. I think, in fact, the landscape officer, again in the initial comments, had said you know, it would have been useful to have looked at, I don't know whether this was done, but looked at different locations for the stack and to within the site, and to look at ZTVs to see where the lowest impact of those would have been. So I think, you know, as I said, it's a step-by-step process to follow to go through.
All right. Okay, let's whiz through your 4 additional views, please. And let's start with viewpoint A. Again, I'm going to stick in Mrs. Beam's rebuttal in the actual rebuttal itself, unless you are desperate that we go now and look at the separate.
No,
So
I've got them in front of me anyway. So.
Yeah. Okay. So 2.1.19, and this is a view for which you say the chimney will have a major / moderate adverse significance of effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I am going to put to you that even at year 0, which is when this is, so type 3 is put together, the chimney will be barely perceptible, if at all, due to existing landfall and vegetation.
I think it will be, I wouldn't say barely perceptible. I think it will be seen. As I said, it may well be that at this very precise location that there's some screening. I think there's a tree happens to be right in front of it, but clearly if you took a step to the left or the right, that tree wouldn't be right in front of it, which is why we make the reference, which I think is common ground, that it's about the kinetic view. So I think the view from that footpath that's taken from, it would be visible, even if maybe in that exact location it happens to be behind a landscape feature.
Well, I mean, look, the inspector's going to consider these on site, but can I just point out to you that we can see, I mean, we frankly can only make it out because of the purple blocking. We actually know where it is, can't we? That's the only reason in this view we can actually, as it were, get a lock on where it is.
Well, as it's shown on the page, but as I said, you have to do this on site. You can't do this looking at a photograph.
But you say, well, there's a particular tree. I mean, there are these lines of vegetation, and I mean, even if you did move one way or the other, it would be like this tiny thing, just tiny above the line of vegetation, wouldn't it?
Look, my evidence is my evidence.
Your evidence is your evidence.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I mean, you see, obviously, I'm not. I hope I'm being. I'm doing. Obviously, I'm always trying to be fair with you, Mr. Reynolds, and I'm not trying to kind of bash you over the head. And you must agree with me, Mr. Reynolds. It's helpful to see where you stick and not, as it were. You say that's major and moderate. We obviously disagree. Yeah. Can I just, I mean, are you sure about that? Because I had thought that you, can I just take you to the landscape and visual statement of common ground, please?
Yeah.
Now, I had thought that this was coming from you, paragraph 4.14. I thought you'd actually changed your assessment, having seen the type 3 visualization. It says, you see, in light of the type 3 visualization produced by the appellant and rebuttal evidence for viewpoint A, subject to the usual caveat for type 3 visualizations, as per footnote 1 of Mrs. Bean's rebuttal proof, the council are content to amend the magnitude of change in Mrs. Reynolds' table format due to low and the significance to moderate
Adverse. Yeah.
moderate adverse.
Is that not what you? I thought you said moderate adverse.
So you major moderate.
Oh, so I thought you said moderate. Apologies.
Okay. All right. No. Okay. Fine. Right. Okay. Okay. So you have come down, as it were, having seen the visualization.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's moderate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And obviously there's still a disagreement between you and Mrs. Bean, but
I mean, that's just the other thing, just to say. I mean, again, these are winter views, and as you said, I only had the benefit of doing a winter view. I think the original LVIA photographs were taken at a similar time of year as their winter views, so there would be potentially further reduction in the summer when there's vegetation. But again, I'm kind of doing worst case scenario as you know, as we're meant to do for LVIA, to look at it, and I would say that in that worst case scenario, certainly moderate.
Yeah. I mean, look, I am grateful to you for acknowledging that by assessing at year 0 and not at year 15, Mrs. Bean is being worst case.
Yes.
And I thank you for that. And also by using winter views. And again,
Yes.
I thank you for that. Yeah. Next one we've got is viewpoint B, where there's no view at all.
Yeah.
Due to landform and vegetation, correct?
Yeah.
So I mean, clearly what that shows us, if we didn't know already, is that one should never fall into the trap of thinking that a bare earth ZTV is actually showing actual visibility, clearly.
No, it varies.
Yeah. And the only other point about B, I think, is that is the only one of your new views that is it is materially further south, isn't it, than the original views?
I think 3 of the 4 are further south.
Yeah, but come on, I mean, really?
Yeah.
Materially further south. Have a look.
3 of the 4 are further south.
Your concern, one of the concerns you said, was that the officer was wrong to suggest there were unlikely views from the south. You identified
and
one.
The ZTV demonstrates that there are views to the south.
Well, sorry,
Theoretical.
theoretical.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
But the reason that the officer gave was due to local landform. There wouldn't be views to the south. So the ZTV deals with landform. It doesn't deal with things like woodland blocks, but there are no significant woodland blocks or anything like that to the south. So both D and C and B were to the south. B is the only one immediate that's significantly further south, it's 3 kilometers. But view C is on the 1 kilometer line, whereas I think that's half a kilometer further south than anything else. And view D is at 2 kilometers away from the site. And I think the furthest south is probably view 2, is it, in the original ones? Looks fractionally further south than view 1.
Yeah, Mr. Reynolds, the inspector can see where they sit on a plan. He's got that.
Sorry, you just asked me. That was what I was just answering.
Okay. So now let's just remind ourselves. We should have page 21 of the Livia open, shouldn't we? Which has the levels of significance at table 9. Is that right? The significance criteria. Yeah.
Open, but yeah.
Yeah. So your what is a moderate for viewpoint A, which we can all look at the view for, is intermediate change in environmental, obviously intermediate change in environmental or social effects that are likely to be important considerations at local level. All right.
Yeah.
And obviously we disagree. You then we pass over the B where there isn't a view, we go to viewpoint C. And viewpoint C, you say major, moderate, adverse significance, correct? Viewpoint C.
Sorry for that.
I'm looking at your table 4.2.
We just need to double check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. And this is in Mrs. Bean's rebuttal at 2.1.21. So on page 9. And well, I mean,
yes.
the proposals will barely be seen, will they?
From that particular viewpoint, but I think the key thing to note there is that it's representative of people using the road. So obviously I couldn't take the photograph from within the road. So as is the case, and as I said before, you have to understand that, you know, the receptors are always people. They're not the camera or that specific point. And as you're driving up the road, the site is more visible. And as that demonstrates, the chimney would be visible. And also, actually, if you go into that's outside the bathroom showroom, and actually, if you go into the bathroom showroom, because I parked in their car park, it's more visible. But I was anxious to take it from the public highway, not from the private land.
I mean, you are saying that this significance straddles very large or large change and intermediate change. Looking at
When you're driving up that road, the chimney would be very noticeable, and it would be a significant change. Yes.
I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this view, and I'm also bearing in mind, Mr. Evans, what you said about stepping a few feet one way or the other.
Yeah.
Now, stepping a few feet one way or the other, that vegetation doesn't simply disappear, does it? It doesn't stop being the
No,
obvious.
but there are
block.
gaps in it.
Well,
Some significant gaps, and certainly if you go the other side, you can just see the corner of the wall on the right hand side coming in. Certainly if you're the other side of that, you don't, there's a low hedge, but there's not any of the taller trees that would screen the chimney.
but but then you're on whatever that property is, aren't you? But beyond that wall, I mean, you've taken the view to, I understand you've taken the view to get a view from the B10. It's the Submission Road here, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's taken from the verge of the carriage.
From the verge, yeah. Okay. I mean, you actually have to go. You do have to go north, quite close to the crossroads with the Bunchen Heath Road and the Wheatsheaf Road junction for that vegetation to clear, don't you? I think.
To stop entirely, you do, but there's significant gaps in it as you go along.
I mean, this is. I think we get up to. You went yesterday to view 10. Could you have a look at that, please? Because you did go to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're getting up quite close to the crossroads there, which is, I think, at the entrance to the entrance to the timber and joinery, MJ Timber, isn't it?
I'm sure, but yeah, I wouldn't argue.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, not sure. And then viewpoint. Well, sorry, viewpoint 10, there was a point, wasn't there? There was a point about receptors at viewpoint 10 and why it gets a sensitivity rating it doesn't. I think there's a disagreement between you and Mrs. Bean.
Yeah, so one of the factors is the proximity to the site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if I am right, okay, and the inspector will see that it's taken at the entrance to the timber and joinery place.
Yeah.
We know we're not in it's not an offices site, so it's not an employment site in that sense, and it's not a retail site in the traditional retail sense, either of those things, is it?
I don't know enough about the business to know what exactly it is.
Okay, and we've already agreed that the road itself is a main road with people, a lot of traveling at speed. Yeah.
There's a lot of people going
Yeah.
on it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, Mrs. Bean can explain, but that's obviously how she gets to her sensitivity. As I say, let's move to viewpoint D, which is Mrs. Bean's rebuttal at 2.123.
Yeah.
And here, here, this is another one where you say there's a major, moderate, adverse significance of effect, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And this is, of course, this is, I was going to say within, I don't know, I haven't measured it precisely, but it's relatively close to Mrs. Bean's view 9, which is on the other side of the Wheatsheaf Road, isn't it? This is taken to the south. This is taken to the south of the Wheatsheaf Road. View 9 is taken, I think, standing. It looks like it's standing on the north.
Yeah, so mine's a kind of northeasterly view, whereas
Yeah.
the Wheatsheaf Road view is a due east view.
More an east view. And now, I mean, given our agreement about kinetic views and how we'll use the viewpoints, I mean, you're not going, are you, to suggest that the inspector or anyone else couldn't extrapolate on a walk on the footpaths from viewpoint 9 to your viewpoint D and all the way along? Clearly, that's what they're meant to be used for, isn't it?
Sorry, I don't really know what you mean.
Someone with viewpoint 9 amongst all the other viewpoints,
Yeah,
can use that viewpoint 9 and extrapolate as they walk around to this point and indeed other points on the footpaths, because they.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
you can undertake a kind of an assessment at any location that you wish.
Yeah.
Obviously, the ease of having a fixed viewpoint like this is the fact that it allows you to insert the scheme into the view, because clearly, if you don't have that benefit, you have to use the drawings and kind of use features on the site or adjacent to the site to try and work out exactly where it goes and how high it will be.
Yeah.
So I think they're very different views, because 9 is taken from the side of the road, whereas this one is taken from the point at which a number of public rights of way join. I don't think there's a footway along that road from memory where photograph 9 is taken from. And certainly where my photo D was taken from is clearly very well used. I met, I think, 3 dog walkers, 2 runners, and someone on a mountain bike just in the sort of hour that I was there walking to the viewpoint and back.
Right. So in terms of what the viewer will see, obviously we need to remember that this is a purple blocking, and that purple blocking would not be the reality, correct?
Well, I don't know about purple blocking. I mean, it shows the form of the building, and
in purple.
It's been outlined in purple, but I think that's fairly visible. I think actually that's very visible, I would say, in that image, whether it was purple or green or whatever color you chose to outline it in.
Yeah. Okay.
The option was there to have done that with a, accurately colored to try and make it blend in, but I don't know that it would have made any difference.
Well, as I say, in a worst case, Mr. Reynolds, yeah, purple worst case, as it were.
Well, I don't think that's correct. I think the purple is normally the reason you outline it in a color is where it's not visible, to highlight where it would be. So within both type 3 and type 4 visualizations, you can either do wireframe, what they call a block, which would effectively be a plain gray mass, or you can do a rendered version. In my experience, most people on sensitive schemes will choose to do a rendered one, particularly where it's a detailed application and they have that information, because clearly they want to make it look as unassuming as the reality is. You wouldn't, you don't choose to make it stand out more than it would do.
Well, as I say, precautionary worst case. Right. Just in terms of a couple of features here, we've already we've already agreed that the chimney will be viewed as a slender thing. We can see it in the visualization. It is no higher or not. It will be perceived anyway as no higher or not materially higher than the woodland block over to the right. Correct.
View 10 still.
Your view D.
View D, sorry.
Yes, that's what we're looking at. Your view.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It looks to me as if it's a similar height.
It does, yeah. And of course, this is year 0, and there is plenty of landscaping in the landscaping proposals that will, over time, grow into this view, isn't there?
At the low level, yeah, not to the height of the chimney.
Not to the height of the chimney, no. But when we're still talking, we're talking about trees on bun, some of them they will grow many meters high, won't they?
Yeah, but not 26.
Oh, I understand that, but they will grow many meters high.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing to note, obviously, is that it's all very well saying the height of the chimney is broadly the same as the height of the woodland to the right. Of course, the woodland to the right is much closer to the viewpoint.
I'm talking about how it appears, and I think you understood that. And
I do, but my point is the chimney will still be very prominent. But as you said, we're assessing worst case scenario. We're assessing year 0 without it.
Yeah. And we're going. I mean, I think
because that's what you're meant to assess is the worst case scenario. So it's not a case of basically preparing the RVIA in worst case scenario and then saying, well, actually, it's not going to be anywhere near this bad, because that's why the RVIA is done the way it is, because that's what you assess.
I think we've got. I mean, the estimated height for the trees is 15 meters or so. Yeah.
Fine. Yeah. Possibly. Yeah. Depends on what species and how they're planted and how they're maintained and.
Yeah. Right. So we've dealt with your new viewpoints, and you're not suggesting, are you, that your 4 new viewpoints make some kind of transformative difference to what was before officers or members at the time?
No, not a transformative difference. I think what they do demonstrate is that actually there are views to the south which were perhaps missed due to that initial comment from the officer that to focus on views other than to the south. I can't remember that wording.
Well, I can ask Mrs. Bean about.
And it comes to the point around the overall visibility. So I think that actually, it may well have been that had that been assessed, that officers would have felt that it wasn't an acceptable visual impact.
You've focused on the chimney. Officers like Mrs. Bean considered the whole, wouldn't they?
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
Yeah. And they said, in their view, they actually considered the chimney would be, quote, arguably be less intrusive than the other built form. You're aware of that?
In the officer report?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. We're not going to go through the other assessments. That's more than enough of the viewpoints. In terms of the now doubling back to the landscape effects on the landscape. Mrs. Bean, as you know, who in her proof, she looks at the chimney in isolation at 4.222. And her view is that the chimney itself will bring a moderate minor change and an impact limited to adverse local impact, which is, of course, a year 0 assessment. And you obviously disagree with that.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Fine, okay. Now, I want to finish with I've got 2 topics that I want to finish with, and they're both fairly short, sir, but I think that they will run over a 1 o'clock lunchtime, and they definitely will, but I'm in your hands and I'm in Mr. Reynolds' hands, of course, as to how you'd like to proceed, because I'm conscious it's 6 minutes to 1.
I think an adjournment between 1 and 2 would be something I'd be looking to do.
Okay.
if you,
Sorry, per my point of view, I would, if it's not going to be significantly over, I would rather if we could simply so I don't have to sit on my own for an hour and eat my lunch like a
I think it's, yeah, I think
a
it's
loser in the
sensible
corner.
to do it without you being impaired over lunch.
I think he will be impaired anyway, because we still got to come to re-examination.
I'm sorry,
that's
Mr.
fine,
Reynolds,
that's all
you
right.
won't, you know, that we won't, as it were, save yourself anything there. Okay, well, look, I'll make a bit of progress in the next 5 minutes, sir. Right. So what you do, having reached your views about effect, is various points in your proof, but I need to pick them up where seems logical. You make an assessment against the policies in reason for refusal 2, don't you?
Yeah.
And I just want to pick up what you say about the policies, so I can understand how you've been approaching them. So can we start with 4.2.2, which it sees you quote policy 17.
Yep.
And you see what you do there is you say it's important to understand the characteristics local land 61 can assess how development may affect it, and then you quote the policy.
Yep.
And you quote what is in fact, that you don't set it out, lim H concerned with landscaping, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And that's consistent with what you do earlier in your proof at section 3, where you quote limbs F and H, but you underline a bit of lim H.
Yeah.
So 3.13, and then in your conclusion, you essentially do the same thing again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, can you? I think in fairness, we need to actually turn the plan up, don't we? The mineral waste local plans.
Okay.
You have the policy in front of you. So could you get it up, please? And the minerals waste local plan is CD 4.1.2. Tell me when you've got it.
I have it here. Yeah.
You've got it. And can you go please to policy 17 in the minerals and waste local plan, which is at document page 49. Are
Yeah.
you at that page,
I am,
Mr.
yeah.
Reynolds? Right. Now, policy 17 is a design policy, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's very clearly headed in that way.
Yep.
And it begins all waste management development, and where relevant, mineral development should secure high quality design. And it continues to design a built development, and it talks about restoration of sites, which is, I think, probably more about mineral side and
Yeah.
the minerals and waste landfill overlap, as it were. And so it continues. It is about, as it's telling us, it's about the design of proposals, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's about how they are designed. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Now, having that policy open and your paragraph 4.22 still open, please. And your 4.23, you see, having quoted the policy, you then say you don't believe that the appeal scheme, due to the presence of the chimney, is capable of being assimilated.
Correct.
Yeah. You see that. Now, you whatever assimilated means in that lim F, which is not it's not necessarily an obvious word, but whatever it means, you've approached it on the basis that assimilated means in the policy means screen from view,
No.
and completely assimilated, haven't you?
No.
No. So you accept that it's not saying that landscaping needs to completely assimilate, correct?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't, so I've taken the everyday meaning of the word assimilated, which to me would mean that if you looked, or if it wouldn't stand out, if you like, within the view or within the landscape. Not that it would be hidden, that you wouldn't be able to see it, but just that it wouldn't stand out.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, officers were clear, as I think you know, that the landscaping was as good as could practically be achieved, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a reference to 1314 if anyone needs it. Now, my suggestion to you, Mr. Reynolds, is that what Lim H is about the landscape enhancement scheme of a set of proposals.
It does say, well,
It does say that.
yeah.
Yeah. And that what it's getting at is that landscape enhancement scheme, or landscaping, however we refer to it, achieving as much assimilation as possible. That's what I suggest that that policy is getting at.
Well, that's not my reading of that policy.
No, and I thought that wasn't your reading, and that's fine, because you have read it on the basis that you've read this policy on the basis that unless, whatever assimilated means, unless your proposals can be assimilated by a landscape enhancement scheme, it's a policy fail, correct?
It doesn't comply with that limb of the limb H, yeah.
Yeah, well, no, that's how I thought you'd understood. Okay, thank you. Well, sorry, it's 2 minutes past, sir, but that is a sensible place to stop because I'm moving on to another bit of policy.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Burton. We've so yeah, 2 minutes past 1, so we'll reconvene in an hour's time.
So,
Thank you. And it stands that you're in Perda, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, the inquiry is resumed. There are a few people still filtering in, but we're going to start. It's 2 o'clock. Mr. Bird.
Great.
Just checking the name.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Reynolds, you are in the home straight. I assure you. Yeah, so we just clarified how you were approaching, if you recall, policy 17 lim H.
Yep.
In the waste plan. And we were in section 4 of your proof to doing so. You recall we were at paragraph 4.2.3. So let's just move on from there. A few paragraphs where you next pick up a policy, don't you, at 4.2.6.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you refer to LP2 of the Huntingdonshire local plan and MPPF para 180, and you refer to B, and of course, what both of those say, as indeed does LP10 of the Huntingdonshire local plan, is wording to the effect of needing to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Now, I want to make sure that you've actually got the first with the MPPF in front of you when I ask you this question. So could you turn up paragraph 3.1.1 CD 3.1.1, please, which is the MPPF, unless you've got it separately, which you may well have, and turn to paragraph 180, please, which is at page 52.
Yeah.
You got it? Great.
Yeah.
Now, as discussed, we're not in a valued landscape, so there is no, as it were, national policy requirement to quote protect and enhance, because that's lim A, correct?
Yeah.
But we are in the, as it were, I mean, of course, the general one, B, recognizing the intrinsic character of the beauty of the countryside, and it goes on, and the wider benefits from the natural capital and ecosystem services, including the economic and other benefits of the best and most versatile land, general trees and woodland, that obviously does apply. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, first of all, could we turn up, please, the could we actually look at the elevation drawings? You recall we looked at 1.1.9 yesterday, but
Yeah.
there's a run of them, isn't there? 1.1.9 through to 1.1.12.
There's only 1.1.9 in the library.
No, I'm afraid this is it threw me too. They're out of order.
Oh.
In the core documents.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
'Cause it takes the first digit. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So you will find them.
Yeah, I've got them.
You will find them eventually. So as I say, 1.9 is the 1.1.9 is the healthcare waste energy recovery facility, and then we've got after that the waste transfer station and the biomass storage building and pellet fertilizer production facility, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I know that you are, as it were, a landscape architect as opposed to a architect. And I appreciate there is a difference. But you, I assume, are familiar with a fairly basic architectural concept of form following function.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so far as these buildings are concerned, they've all got a very particular purpose, haven't they? Each of them.
Yeah.
And they are doing, you can obviously see the elevations. They are shaped and coloured so far as is possible, to fit with agricultural buildings, aren't
Yeah.
they? Yeah. Of course, when it comes to the chimney, well, and in terms of what can be done with that, I mean, once it's accepted that it must be of a certain height, the things you can do with that are, you can obviously be as careful as you can about your sighting, correct?
Yep.
Of the chimney. You can make it as slender as possible.
Yep.
And you can color it and make it of a material that is as unobtrusive as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose, but no one's suggesting this, that there are always other options, perhaps radical ones, but you know, one could pretend it's like a wind turbine, like make it a wind turbine or something, you know, like something really extreme like that. But no one's suggesting that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're not suggesting that. Of the things that can be done, site it centrally, that's been done, hasn't it? So far as it can.
Well, it has been cited centrally,
Yeah.
but I don't know whether or not that's the least obtrusive location for it.
Well, I don't know how familiar you are with the deeper backstory. We've got it in the CDs. I don't know if we need to go there or not. The pre-app advice, which was at a time when the energy recovery facility was sited in the northwestern corner, so that's where the chimney was.
Yeah.
Pre-application advice was cite it more centrally,
Okay.
and that was then done. Were you aware of that?
I don't know that I've seen that specific
Okay.
original pre-app. I know, like
Okay.
I said, I think I said before that I know there was a comment from the landscape officer in the notes around studies looking at the optimal location for it within the site.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, for the inspector's reference, the pre-app advice is CD 1.12A, and it's at page 10. And there was, I think a similar point was made in the scoping opinion, which is 1.13A at page 2. Anyway, so sighting done, slenderness done, color done, and I mean, we discussed the conditions regarding color and materiality yesterday. Okay, so what officers said about the proposals, and this is, if we need a reference, it's 15.5 in the officer report. They said that of the proposals, the design was appropriate for their purpose and location. They said with relatively few design options owing to their purpose, and that's fair, isn't it?
I think the second part, relatively few design options, is fair. I wouldn't necessarily agree that it's appropriate to the location.
Well, I mean, this is back to the big dispute we have. Yeah. Okay. At the time, of course, officers said that. I mean, this architectural principle of, and it's an architectural principle that recognizes that things can be beautiful through their function and purpose, doesn't it? In a very unashamed way about what their function and purpose is.
Yeah, they can be. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean that when officers made their assessment in kind of spring 2023, that was, of course, at a time when there was already policy in the NPPF, the 2021 version, seeking beauty, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And officers would have been aware of that.
Yeah.
We would assume. Yeah. Okay. So I think we've now having having reached those agreements, when we think about how the design, what the design is doing, the design is, so far as it can, it is recognizing the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, the design of these proposals, isn't it?
I don't believe it is, no.
But it's doing we've been through it, it's doing what it can. Do you see
Doing
what I
the
mean?
best it can.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that it's automatically recognizing the intrinsic beauty and character of the countryside.
Okay. All right. Well, that's an interesting point, but it's doing the best it can, but you say not necessarily recognizing. Okay. And thinking on similar lines, if you've still got policy 17 open of the waste plan, or turn back to it if you can. The previous limb that you refer to in your proof, but you don't emphasize, limb F, which is about design being sympathetic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a similar point. Insofar as the design of these proposals can be sympathetic, they are being sympathetic, aren't they?
They're trying to be sympathetic, but that doesn't mean that they are sympathetic.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, and then there's the landscaping, which is as it were, a separate thing. Can we just turn up the right CD for that? So could you turn up CD 1.2.8, which is the landscaping plan? And whilst you're doing so, I'll just deal with any potential confusion that there might be in the core documents list, because you'll see, Mr. Whitehouse, that there's a reference at just down the page to CD 1.2.15 and a landscape and ecological and plantment plan that you see has the same reference number, which ends 6D or revision D. Yeah, do you see that? But it's got November 2022 on it.
Yeah, just to say they're actually,
it's the same.
There are actually two 1.2.8s.
Oh, I know that there's that too. Yeah, I'm not talking about the dry AD efficiency. No, I'm not going to be asking about that. No, I'm talking about the landscape and ecological enhancement plan, revision D, and it's the same thing in CD 1.2.15. It's just, I think, because a bit of text document that it accompanied was prepared in November. It's been inaccurately said to be a November document there, but it's the July one, revision D, either way. Of course, the landscaping, we looked at the SPD page 76 and looked at what it was seeking in terms of those areas of woodland and hedges and so on. The landscaping, and I think this is obviously part of officers' thinking as to why it's the best practically achieved. The landscaping that's proposed is doing very much in line with what the SPD wants of it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in line with the SPD. The SPD, I think, is getting at something slightly different. But
well, I mean, again, insofar as it can on the site, it's doing
within the context of the site, it is.
Yes, I mean, no one, obviously my client is not proposing that in fact it clears its site and just plants trees on it, and we wouldn't then have a load of proposals to be discussing. But we've got native trees going in belts in various places. This is something, I think, that you would agree with me is a positive benefit in terms of the landscape baseline and visual amenity once it's matured. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a benefit, definitely.
Okay. Now, it is a fact that this is not a benefit that you have actually acknowledged in your proof.
Because I focused on the chimney.
Yeah. Okay. This landscaping is recognizing the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, isn't it?
Well, I guess it's to a certain degree it is, yeah.
Yeah, and it's sympathetic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yep. Good. Okay. Now, obviously, we have your policy assessment, which we don't agree with. We know that the Huntingdonshire Landscape Officer also did not agree with you, and nor did CCC officers, correct?
Well, I think CCC officers took the advice from Huntingdon.
Well, indeed, but I would have hoped that they would actually reach their own view, having considered the advice.
But the landscape advice was given by the Huntingdon officer.
Yeah, by the landscape profession. Yeah. But you have, I mean, essentially, you have approached your evidence, I think, or your conclusion against policy, or taking these steps. There are significant adverse effects identified, and that equals a policy fail against the policies.
Not necessarily just that there's significant adverse and therefore it's a policy fail.
Okay.
But I think that I've highlighted what I think the impacts are and that they are a policy fail. Okay. It's not just there's adverse effects, it must have failed policy.
Yeah. Okay, because that would be we agree that would be the wrong approach.
Just an assumption
to say there are significant adverse effects. Therefore.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's not correct.
Good.
Approach.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Thank you. Right. I think this is actually it's the last point. It's a point about perception, and it struck me from what you said about wind turbines, actually, Mr. Reynolds. And you said people see them and they recognise their energy generators, and presumably, as in that's a good thing. I think were you suggesting that?
I guess so. Yeah.
Well,
sustainable. Yeah.
I mean, I know, of course, there are lots of people who don't think they're a good thing, but there is a climate emergency going on, so how people perceive something depends in part on what they associate it with. Is that right?
I guess that's how it. Yeah, I mean, the key thing is both landscape character and visual impact is about people.
Yeah.
And that's clearly set out in Glivia and everything else. So in all of this, there's an element of people's perception.
Yeah. Yeah. And that and obviously your answer about the wind turbine, that includes what they understand the thing to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's my opinion. As you said, there's plenty of other people that don't like wind turbines. But...
So, I mean, we know how the majority of the members of the planning committee perceived the chimney at the time and associated it at the time. We know that they associated it with harm to health and well-being. We can see that in the
yes, from reading the
but how someone perceives the chimney might be different if, shall we say, they associate it with, they understand it to be achieving a very substantial reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, to be part of that process.
I don't think that changes whether someone thinks it's an appropriate or an attractive object. No,
You don't think that makes any difference how they
I don't
perceive
think
it?
it does. No, I think it's a separate issue.
Okay. So could you just give me one moment whilst I just turn, I was going to say turn my back, but no, turn to the side. So, Mr. Reynolds, thank you ever so much. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Re-examination.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reynolds, you've only got to concentrate for a little bit longer and then you can switch off for a while. But we're going to have to meander back, I'm afraid, to 12 minutes past 4 yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
First question, please. You were asked yesterday afternoon about whether or not you had understood the width of the chimney when you were carrying out your assessment. Do you remember those questions?
I do, yeah.
So a couple of questions on that. First of all, please. Were you aware of the width of the proposed chimney?
I was, yeah.
Did you make your assessment on the basis of the width of the proposed chimney?
I did, yes.
To what extent did you have the visualizations from the LVIA, those that were done as type 4s, available to assist you to understand the width of the proposed
Took
chimney?
those to site with me when I did my site visit.
Next, please. You were asked about colour of the proposed chimney.
Yeah.
We're now at about 4:20 yesterday afternoon. You were asked about colour, and you gave a series of answers in respect of a longish series of questions. And that included, do you remember being asked, well, what about if it had red and white hoops on it? Do you remember that
Yeah,
series
I do,
of questions?
yeah.
And you said, I based it on the drawings, which showed a greyish stack, not red and white hoops. Do you remember that answer?
I do, yeah.
And so far as that is concerned, what I just want you to clarify, please, is when you were making your assessment, what, if any, assumption did you make about the colouring of the proposed chimney stack?
That it,
He said, I based it on drawings which showed a greyish stack. I won't be told how to re-examine. There are a series of questions. The answers included, I don't believe the colour would have had such a significant bearing. It wouldn't have made a material difference. And then in answer to the questions about it having red and white hoops, he said, I based it on the drawings which showed a greyish stack.
There were other questions and answers, and the point I'm raising, sir, is that Mr. Grant needs to make sure that the witness is taken to where the witness actually gave an answer about what his understanding had been regarding colour, which was, in essence, well, he was assuming nothing. So I'm not objecting to the re-examination being made on that basis if Mr. Grant wants to clarify that, but he does need to fairly put that to the witness as part and parcel of the re-examination.
Yeah, he went on to say it was based on drawings which showed a greyish stack. So you'll have a note of that. So what I'm asking Mr. Reynolds to clarify is what, if any, was the way the question was put, what, if any, assumption did you make about the colouring of the proposed chimney stack?
well, that it would be a greyish colour as it's shown on the drawing.
Right. You were asked questions about whether or not you had gone onto the site itself. Remember, as part of your assessment, and you said that you didn't. For the purposes of your assessment, did you consider it that it'd be necessary or important for you to go onto the site itself to make that assessment?
I didn't think it was necessary, I replied no.
A couple of times during your cross-examination, you made reference to the fact that you know the area, or you know the area well.
Yeah.
And can you just clarify how you know the area as well in the way that you indicated?
Yeah, so from 2002 to 2005, I worked for Atkins in the Cambridge office. And at that time, they had the Cambridgeshire County Council Highways contract. So over that period of 3 years, I went around a lot of the county looking at various highway schemes. So I know the area from that time.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about the when additional viewpoints had been provided to the appellant. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I just want some clarification from you, please. We know that the photographs were provided on the 16th of January.
Correct, yeah.
When was the position of the viewpoints identified to the appellant?
So they were shown on the ZTV plan that was provided on the 11th.
And before the ZTV was provided, when, if at all, had the positions been described?
I think they're set out in the draft draft landscape statement of case. Well, I can't remember the exact date that was first shared.
Since Common Ground, I think.
Yeah, sorry, Common Ground, yeah.
Next, please, you were asked questions about the airfield and the St Ives extension. Do you remember that series of questions? And what I'd like you to clarify, please, is you indicated that you didn't see them as being relevant to this particular scheme.
Correct, yeah.
And I just want you to help the inspector, please, by explaining why it is that you take the view that they're not relevant to the assessment of the impact of this scheme.
Because they don't really sit with, although they're within the 4 kilometre area, they don't really sit within the immediate setting and context of the site. They're not experienced in the same views of the site. So when you look at where the viewpoints are, they're not kind of seen within the context of those views. And as I said, when you look at landscape character, obviously the broader you go with landscape character, the more different types of element they are. So I personally felt that they were beyond the distance from the site that made them relevant.
Thank you. And then you were asked again in respect of the SPD. You were asked about the relevance of the key characteristic, extensive cover of ancient woodland in the northwest.
Correct, yeah.
And a disagreement between you and Mrs. Bean, because she regards that as being a relevant characteristic. You said you didn't think so. And in the context of those questions, you were then taken to the looking forward section of the SPD at paragraph 3.57. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And you were asked about the planting of woodland. Remember?
I do, yeah.
Woodland. What I want to ask you is this: the fact that the looking forward section refers to the protection and management of ancient woodland and hedgerows, and the appellant is proposing the planting that you've been taken to already. Does that, in your view, then bring into play as a key characteristic the extensive cover of ancient woodland in the northwest?
Mr. Grant, if it helped, I didn't put that to witness deliberately. That was not my case being put at all, was it, sir? I mean, I hope that was absolutely clear.
Could you clarify the point, please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything in the looking forward section of the SPD which makes relevant, in your view, the key characteristic, extensive cover of ancient woodland in the northwest?
No.
You're asked questions about tranquility, And it was put to you and you agreed that you take things as a whole. When you take the relevant area as a whole, would you characterize it as being tranquil or non-tranquil?
Tranquil.
You were asked some questions about the NVAR site specifically. Do you remember? And it was you were asked to, I'm a learner friend, to take him to where you had referred to the character of the existing site.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? And I just want you please to turn up your proof of evidence. And can you go please to paragraph 4.1.6?
Yeah.
And can you tell us, so far as that paragraph is concerned, what, if anything, you had to say about the existing site?
Yeah. So I talked there about moving away from the main settlements, the landscape being tranquil. And then I put, while the appeal site itself and the immediate surroundings close to the B1040 cannot be described as tranquil due to the presence of traffic, this is certainly a feeling that, as it is experienced, once you move into the wider countryside beyond.
And then can you turn over the page to paragraph 4.1.9?
Yeah.
And again, what, if anything, did you have to say about the existing site?
I put there that the site has a minor landscape value.
And then can you take up, please, the landscape statement of common ground?
Yeah.
And can you turn, please, to section 4?
Yeah.
Paragraphs 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3.
Yeah.
What are they dealing with?
The 4.1 is talking about the existing buildings on the site and how they appear. 4.2 talks about the boundaries and the nature of those. And 4.3 is confirming the site doesn't have public access or any kind of public purpose.
And when you were making your assessment of the existing character of the area, to what extent, if at all, then, did you consider the contribution made by the NVAR site itself?
Well, that was factored into the assessment.
Yeah. You're asked questions about the plumes. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
We're now sort of well into this morning.
Yeah.
You're asked questions about the plumes, and you made this comment: the issue isn't the plumes themselves, but what it draws attention to.
Correct. Yeah.
And insofar as the steam or plumes that have been identified from the existing operations, what do you say they would draw attention to?
They draw attention to effectively mounds of soil, earth being turned, which is, as I said previously, an agricultural feature or a feature of the agricultural landscape.
Mm. And just following that thought process through, to what extent, if at all, does the steam that is generated from the existing operations indicate an industrial or semi-industrial character?
I don't believe it does at all.
You were asked about the traveller site, and you described it as being a feature of a rural landscape. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
But what do you say about whether or not the traveller site or caravan site can or should be characterised as a semi-industrial or industrial feature?
I don't think it is at all. I think if anything, it would be residential. But as I said, I think it's perfectly fitting to be part of the wider agricultural landscape.
You were taken through the series of photographs produced in Mrs. Bean's rebuttal proof. Do you remember, which purported to show non-rural or non-agricultural features? And I'm not going to ask you to go through those for a third time. But in your view, do those features as photographed individually or collectively create what you would describe as an industrial or semi-industrial character to the area?
No, not at all. As I said, the overall character, it can have an overall character, but still have specific features that are maybe not in keeping with that overall character.
And supposing the inspector reached the conclusion that the proposed chimney, in his judgment, was an industrial feature, would that be in keeping or out of keeping, in your view, with the surroundings?
I think it would be out of keeping.
So far as the water towers, you were asked some more questions about them. Do you remember you said, indicated a sign of residential use? What do you say as to whether or not water towers should be regarded as an industrial feature in the landscape?
I don't think they're industrial features. I think they're a common feature of the rural landscape.
You were asked at the end of the series of questions about the rural agricultural versus industrial questions.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if an industrial was actually put to you, but certainly about rural agricultural. And you said this, it's rural agricultural with elements within it that are incongruous or different to that, but that doesn't mean that the area is not rural agricultural. It depends what those elements are and whether they would alter the overall character.
Correct.
Remember that
yeah.
answer? So far as the proposed 26-meter high chimney is concerned, what do you say as to whether or not that is an element which would alter the overall character of the area?
In my opinion, it is.
Well, in your judgment, would it or wouldn't it alter the overall character of the area?
Yeah, it would. It would alter it.
You
Yeah.
you were asked some questions about the apples and pears point, and putting yours and Mrs. Bean's assessment within the same table.
Yeah.
A couple of questions about that. You said that sensitivity, you said, is like for like, and you said there may be differences in the magnitude of change. Mrs. Bean bases it on buildings and chimney. And then you said that when you read the text in the LVIA on magnitude, very often the chimney is one of the reasons.
Correct. Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to go through the text viewpoint by viewpoint, but let's take just one example. They all read quite similarly. So if I can ask you please to go to the LVIA.
Yeah.
And let's go to page 53, please. And the text for viewpoint 2.
Yeah.
And we can see, starting on the second line, the viewer will be able to see up the site over the intervening hedgerows towards the upper portions of the proposed building, the digesters, dried digester storage area, etc.
Yeah.
That are beyond Coneheath Farm within the view. These buildings will break the skyline as the existing buildings already do.
Yeah.
And I'll pause there. In your view, so far as the proposed buildings are concerned, in terms of scale and colour, which are features that you've referred to in your evidence, are they compatible or incompatible with the existing buildings?
I think the lower buildings are compatible.
Yeah. And then if we read the next sentence, especially the ERF stack, as this will sit up tall into the sky. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
And then a reference to existing trees, houses and pylons scattered around, also breaking the skyline. So as you understand the text that's written there, and we're only looking at viewpoint 2 here, but as you understand the text, does that indicate that the magnitude of change is driven by the buildings and the stack, or the buildings or the stack? What appears to you to be the driver as you understand that text?
I would say that the stack is a particular feature of that.
Yeah. And it was put to you, and I'm sorry to take this out of context, but it was put to you yesterday afternoon about pylons. Do you remember?
Yes.
And let's deal with that very briefly. I mean, do you think pylons, whether it's electricity pylons or whatever, are they comparable to the proposed chimney stack?
No.
What do you say as to whether or not pylons, in your view, should be regarded as an industrial feature?
I don't think they should be.
Next, please, nearly there. You were asked some questions about policy. And I'll deal with it briefly with you since you were asked about it, but I may also cover it with Mr. Whitehouse. First of all, please, policy 17, perhaps you can get that in front of you.
Yep.
And in particular, H.
Yeah.
Bear with me. And you were taken particularly in respect of H to assimilation. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
Now, what do you say? And I appreciate you're not a planner, but as you read the policy, what do you say about whether or not the words as much as possible should be interposed into the policy after the word assimilated?
I don't read that at all.
And then we come to the questions that were asked after the lunch break today. And still on policy, recognizing the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, which is the wording that's evident, isn't it, from 180B of the framework, but also LP2 and LP10.
Correct, yeah.
In the local plan. Recognizing the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, what do you say as to whether or not that should be written as if to include the words as far as it can after the word recognizing?
I don't think it should.
Sympathetic to local character. I think that's policy 17, isn't it? F.
Yep.
Sympathetic to local character. What do you say as to whether or not that should be read as if it said sympathetic as far as it can be to local character?
I don't think that's how it should be read.
Lastly, please, you were asked just before my learned friend finished, you were asked about the perceptive element of landscape and visual impacts. Do you remember that?
I do.
And so far as I could understand the questions that were being put, it was suggested to you that, well, when people are looking at something in the landscape, that the perception might be influenced by other factors, such as climate change benefits, for example. What do you say as to whether or not that sort of perception is a relevant factor to considering whether or not something is visually harmful?
I don't think it's relevant at all.
So those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Just before your question, sir, could I just make one point, please? You'll have noted that I didn't interject because I could see it would take an awfully long time in relation to what I actually put Mr. Reynolds regarding those various features. And I know my learned friend was effectively suggesting I was putting to him that the traveller site was industrial or the water towers were industrial. Now, you know I didn't, so I'm relying on your note.
I didn't.
Well,
I didn't suggest. In fact, I think I made the point that it wasn't. You weren't asked whether or not they were industrial or semi-industrial. You asked whether they're rural or agricultural.
well, no, you made that. You correctly got my wrapping up question at the end about the landscape as a whole. You started off saying you were asked about whether it's rural, semi-rural, or industrial, and then you said, actually, no, I don't think industrial was put. But earlier, Mr. Grant, you were putting questions on the basis that you were asked about the traveller site, industrial or not. And I just wanted to make sure that the inspector had the point, which I know you have, sir, but I want to make sure that I did not put the questions on the basis that the traveller site's industrial or the water towers are industrial. That's all. Okay.
Not going to take up more time on it. You know how it's put in the appellant's case.
Okay, I understand the point. Given the extensive nature of all the questioning, I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
You might be not exactly surprised by that, but thank you for your contributions.
Thank you.
I've got no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to hear from the evidence in chief of the next witness. So I'm going to, before I ask Mr. Grant to introduce his witness, does anybody want to raise anything with me as a question to me, not the witness, to me? So yeah, starting the far side of the room, yes. Yeah, I think some of these points might be better placed when we're discussing the site visit. I don't want to go over the evidence again. We've heard the cross-examination, the re-examination, so I'm not inviting that. So I think something like that, if you want me to observe something on my site visit, which I think you're suggesting, I think that might be best placed for that, and that can be discussed later in the inquiry if need be. So I don't want to go over the issues of the evidence of the witness at this point, but I take on board what you're saying. But I'm going to revert to the next person who wanted to raise something. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the clarification. I would have asked the person yesterday, but there wasn't time. Thank you for yeah. Well, the evidence has all been submitted, as we know, so I'm not going to go over that. So everything already submitted. Again, the evidence is submitted, so yeah, I'll move on from that. Yeah, thank you.
An observation which requires clarification certainly is that there's an inaccuracy over the land court site north of Endor. That's called Park Farm. It's not a land court site. This is only temporary. It's a backfill of a depression and flattening an old railway line. This is only temporary and will return to being on. Not a land use.
Right. Okay. I'm not going to ask any further questions about that. But I'm not inviting any further comments, so I'm going to now ask Mr. Grant to introduce his witness.
Thank you very much. So I don't know if you want to pause a couple of minutes whilst the witnesses
Uh,
take over and set up.
Yes, if we adjourn for 10 minutes and reconvene at 3 p.m. Okay, the inquiry is resumed. Before I ask Mr. Grant to introduce his witness, I just want to make a declaration in the interests of openness and transparency. I do recognise the witness in front of me from an appeal scheme from last year. I don't know the witness. It wasn't an appeal in public, but I'm just saying it for the record. It's not uncommon for inspectors to come across witnesses or advocates. So I'm just mentioning it in a light touch way, but Mr. Grant, over to you.
Thank you. So in terms of documents, we've got Mr. Whitehouse's proof, which is 2.6.6. Mr. Bashforth's proof, which is 2.6.1. His rebuttal, which is 2.7.1. Dr. Owen's proof, which is 2.6.3. Mrs. Bean's proof 2.6.2, Mr. Othen's rebuttal 2.6.5, Mr. Cooper's rebuttal 2.7.3. And then we got local policy 4.1.1 and 4.1.2, statements of common ground 2.4.1, and the committee report 1.4.2. Good. Mr. Whitehouse, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You set out at the beginning of your proof of evidence your experience and qualifications, and you introduce yourself at 1.1 of your proof as being a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors since 2010. You have a Bachelor of Science degree in Planning and Development Surveying, and you're a RICS accredited expert witness in planning and a member of the National Expert Witness Agency. You then set out that you're managing director of the planning consultancy Next Phase, which you have owned and managed since its formation in 2011, and that you have over 14 years experience in a broad range of planning matters. And then at 1.4, that you've acted as a planning consultant for a wide variety, or for a variety, I should say, of housing and commercial developers, investment funds, and mineral and waste operators. And you set out there your experience in the planning appeal process. Yes. And then if we go over to 2.10 of your proof, do you set out there what we can, I think, colloquially refer to as your declaration, which concludes with you saying that the opinions you express are your true and professional opinions?
That's correct, I do.
And I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Reynolds yesterday, which is in the light of Mr. Bashforth's comment about hired witnesses. Does the fact that you're an independent witness and not a counsel officer in any way affect the weight that the inspector should give to your evidence?
No.
Now, in terms of structure of your evidence, we've got 4 topics we're going to deal with. First of all, and briefly for obvious reasons, we're going to deal with landscape, visual harm, countryside. Then we're going to turn to policy, then perception of harm, and then planning benefits. So can we start, please, with just a few questions in respect of landscape, visual harm, countryside. And first of all, in your proof of evidence, please, paragraph 4.2. And you set out there, do you see Mr. Reynolds' evidence is provided under separate cover, and it's referred to as the basis of evidence relied upon in my assessment of the harm to the landscape to be considered in planning balance? Yes?
Yes.
And that follows the previous paragraph where you refer to Mr. Reynolds' written evidence. Do you see that?
I do.
And then if you can take up, please, Mr. Bashforth's rebuttal proof. And can you go, please, to page 9, paragraph 4.15? If you go down to the fourth line, you'll see the sentence. I note that Mr. Whitehouse essentially relies entirely on Mr. Reynolds' evidence on these matters, with no separate analysis. And so far as that's concerned, if it's a criticism, and we'll find out in due course, if that's a criticism, what do you say as to whether it's reasonable or unreasonable for you to rely on the landscape experts' views for your position in respect of landscape and visual harm?
I think it's entirely reasonable for me to rely upon the landscape witnesses' evidence.
Yeah. Now, do you regard that, if it is a criticism, as being a fair criticism or not?
No, so it's an unfair criticism.
Since you wrote your proof of evidence, we've had Mrs. Bean's written rebuttal proof of evidence, and we've had now Mr. Reynolds' oral evidence. And have you read or heard anything which alters the extent to which you rely on Mr. Reynolds' evidence or give weight to it?
No.
So far as the reason for refusal is concerned, it refers to landscape impacts and visual impacts, and it refers then in the cited policies to 174B, now 180B from the framework. Within the wording of the reason for refusal is the expression significant adverse. And there's been some commentary about that from the appellant team. Just two questions, please, about that. First of all, what do you say about whether or not that is appropriately or inappropriately used in the wording of the reason for refusal?
It's entirely appropriate.
And in terms of the policies that are relied upon in that reason for refusal, as you see it, is there any conflict between referring to the significant adverse effects and the policies relied upon?
No.
In terms of the members, they would plainly have had the officer report available to them at the time they made their decision. Would you have expected them to have had the LVIA made available to them, albeit that it was summarised in the officer report?
Yes, it would have been made available.
And to what extent, if at all, do you say that members are entitled to bring to their table their own experience and knowledge of the area?
It's entirely appropriate for them to be able to do so.
And we know that in some cases, members will be taken on an organised site visit. Did that happen in this case?
It did, yes.
And I think we don't need to turn to it, but I think that's referred to within the committee report and within the committee meeting minutes, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Good. Topic 2. Policy. Can we go, please, to your proof of evidence, paragraph 4.11. And you refer there to a number of policies, but I want first to pick up with you LP2, LP10 and policy 17, which are the 3 development plan policies, aren't they, included within reason for refusal 1?
They are, yes.
And so far as policy 17 is concerned, you refer to Mr. Reynolds' evidence in respect of parts F and H. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And what I want to ask you, please, is in your policy assessment, whether you agreed or disagreed with Mr. Reynolds as to whether or not those limbs of policy 17 are conflicted.
I agreed.
And there are some questions put to Mr. Reynolds about the policies, which I want to pick up with you as the planning witness, please. So far as F of policy 17 is concerned, that is being sympathetic to local character. And do you see that?
I do, yeah.
What do you say as to whether or not it's appropriate for the inspector to effectively insert into that policy the words sympathetic as far as it can.
It's not appropriate.
And you make reference in your proof of evidence to the parallel between that limb of policy 17 and paragraph 135 of the framework. Again, if the inspector was considering paragraph 135 of the framework, which refers to being sympathetic to local character, again, would your answer be the same as to whether that policy of the framework should be read as incorporating the words as far as it can be?
Yes, the same answer.
And so far as H is concerned, that there were some questions put to Mr. Reynolds in respect of assimilation. And I want to ask you two questions about that, please. The first is, what do you say as to whether, in your view, assimilate means whether or not something is visible or invisible? Is that how you interpret it?
No, I think assimilate is how it sits or how it is considered within the context of its environment.
Thank you. And what do you say about the suggestion that was put to Mr. Reynolds that effectively the inspector should read limb H of policy 17 as if it incorporated the words as far as possible, assimilate as far as possible?
Yeah, in my opinion, it shouldn't be read like that.
So far as LP2 is concerned, it's the fifth bullet, I think, that was relied upon by Mr. Reynolds. And again, do you agree or disagree that that is the limb which is conflicted?
I agree.
LP10, it's B and C, and you've already said, I think that you agree with Mr. Reynolds' position.
I do, yeah.
Again, in terms of references to the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, would your answer be the same as it was for policy 17 as to whether you read in recognise as far as it can?
Yeah, it's the same answer.
Can you turn forward in your proof, please, to paragraph 6.35 and 6.36? And in 6.35, under the subheading harm, you include their policy 18 and LP 19. Do you see that? And they were policies that were cited within the discontinued reason for refusal 2, weren't
I
they?
can see that, yes.
Do you, we'll come on to how the inspector deals with it in a second, but are you relying on those two policies as part of the council's case?
No.
And are you happy through me to invite the inspector effectively to strike out in 6.35 the references to policies 18 and LP 19?
Yeah, they should be struck out.
And can you do the same in paragraph 6.36?
Yes.
And when you were actually carrying out your planning balance, notwithstanding that you incorporated those policies within these sections of your proof, were you weighing those in the balance when you made your conclusions?
No, it's a typing error that they've carried over. I wasn't weighing them in the balance.
I think 3 final policy points. There's a point made by the appellant by Mr. Bashforth in his rebuttal at 2.5. And it's about the interaction between policies LP 19 and LP 10. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And I just want you to turn up LP 10, please. And this is the policy in the local plan for the countryside. You see that?
I do.
And the first paragraph says the development in the countryside will be restricted to the limited and specific opportunities as provided for in other policies of the plan. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And as I understand it, Mr. Bashford is saying, well, you pause there and therefore you consider LP 19 as part of the approach. So far as the next section of this policy is concerned, all development in the countryside must. What do you say as to whether or not all development in the countryside must A, B, and C? What do you say about whether that should be read with a caveat where a policy is not conflicting with, for example, LP 19? Where a proposal is not conflicting with LP 19?
It shouldn't be read like that. The policy can be read in isolation. There's no need to engage LP 19 to be able to engage LP 10.
Yeah, and if that is the approach that Mr. Bashford is proposing, and we'll hear about that in due course. But if that is the approach that is being suggested, is that consistent or inconsistent with that part of LP 10 which says all development in the countryside?
It's inconsistent.
Secondly, in respect of the framework, paragraph 180B, and can you turn please to the rebuttal that we were in a moment ago, Mr. Bashford's rebuttal. And in particular, please, to paragraph 2.8. And he refers here to your reliance on paragraph 180B. Do you see that?
Yes.
And goes on to deal with the part of 180B which talks about trees. Yeah?
I can see that, yes.
And can we just go back then to your proof of evidence, please, and pick up the relevant paragraphs in your proof? And can we go first, please, to paragraph 3.23 of your proof?
Okay.
And do you set out there, I think in its entirety, 180B?
I do, yes.
And then if we go forward in your proof, please, to 4.11, which part of 180B do you identify as being conflicted on the evidence of Mr. Reynolds?
The first part.
Yeah. And the third discrete point here that is made by Mr. Bashford, in respect of your reference to paragraph 193 of the framework, and comment is made by that in his rebuttal at paragraph 3.5, where it's suggested that you're seeking to make an agent of change point. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Can you just turn up, please, paragraph 193 of the framework?
Okay.
And can you tell us, please, which part or all of paragraph 193 have you relied upon in your proof of evidence?
It's the first two sentences of 193. The first two sentences relate to, in my opinion, relate to or can apply to the issue of perception. The third sentence is an agent of change matter because the third sentence relates solely to technical effects.
Mm.
So I haven't incorporated that in my use of it in my proof.
And if we go to your proof, please, paragraph 5.2, and just remind yourself about that. And then remind yourself of paragraph 5.12 of your proof. Are those two paragraphs consistent or inconsistent with the explanation you've just given as to the extent to which you rely on paragraph 193?
Are they consistent?
Good. Next, we're on to topic 3 already, the perception point. Now, this is, it's a point that you give limited weight to in your planning balance. So I don't want us to be disproportionate about it, but a series of short questions, please. First of all, is it the council's case that there would be an unacceptable risk of actual harm to health and well-being?
No.
Are the council in any way objecting on the basis of actual harm to health and well-being?
No.
Are the council suggesting that perception is a breach of development plan policy?
No.
The council, as we know, raised the perception point as a material consideration in the planning balance, but are the council suggesting to the inspector that on that basis, the scheme should be refused?
No, I've assigned it limited weight.
And can you just pick up, please, Dr. Owen's proof of evidence? And once you're there, can I just ask you to turn forward, please, to paragraph 4.2? Got the wrong. Yes, 4.2. Tell me when you're there.
I am, yes.
Can you see there, Dr. Owen writes, in my professional view, based on the lack of risk to local air quality and its associated impacts, as confirmed through scientific evidence, that the council has waived its findings of the impact assessment in raising perception as a reason to refuse the planning, as a reason to refuse, and now in arguing that perception is a material consideration. Do you see that?
I do.
In terms of the scientific findings or the scientific advice that the council obtained during the application process and the conclusions that it reached, in relying on perception as a material consideration, is the council waiving those findings or those conclusions?
No, it's a separate consideration.
Yeah. And so far as the perception point itself, you've set out in your proof, we didn't go through it, but you set out representations made by members of the public to support, I think, your position that there is a perception. Having heard evidence yesterday from a number of members of the public orally, what do you say? Does that reinforce or undermine your suggestion that there is a perception of harm to health and well-being?
It certainly reinforces the conclusions that I've raised.
Yeah, and I mean, just to dwell for a moment on one example, we heard from Mr. Bluff, do you remember, from the egg farm?
Yeah.
And he explained what he understood to be the perceptions and the potential consequences for his business. I mean, how helpful or unhelpful is that one example in understanding the existence of a perception of harm?
It's a very clear example of perceived harm.
And the suggestion from the appellant is, well, what's the reasonable basis for that perception? I just want to dwell on that for a moment. If there was, if the council had a case for suggesting there was scientific or compelling scientific support for unacceptable risks to health and well-being, would it be relying on this point merely as a perception?
No, there'd be a reason for refusal.
And going back to the example of the egg farm, I mean, if somebody local to the site was deciding where they might buy their eggs, what do you say as to whether it's reasonable to expect them to trawl through highly technical scientific evidence rather than simply decide to go to Sainsbury's?
I think it's unreasonable and it's unrealistic.
In terms of the sort of material that members of the public may or may not have read, can you just turn to Dr. Owen's proof again, please? And can I ask you particularly to turn first to paragraph 3.22? And here Dr. Owen refers to the consultation response from the UK Health Security Agency, doesn't she?
Yes.
And I think, I may have got this wrong, you can put me right. I think that either became or used to be the Public Health England, is that right?
Yes.
And Dr. Owen very fairly includes an extract from that, which says, whilst it's not possible to rule out adverse health effects, it goes on to say with these very small, I'm paraphrasing, but do you see that paragraph as set out?
I do, yes.
If members of the public had read what the UK Health Security Agency had to say, where they wrote what we see here, I mean, what do you say as to whether you can understand where that perception might come from?
Yeah, I think the quoted paragraph provides enough not negativity, but it provides enough inability to provide good news to people reading it that it would read as confirmation to someone who may conclude that the perceived harm would exist as part of the site.
All right, and then if you turn forward in Dr. Owen's proof, please, to paragraph 3.50, page 25. And she again, helpfully sets out in that paragraph, doesn't she, the various risk levels that are associated. And I don't think you would dispute, would you, that those are clearly very, very small risk levels that are identified and within the acceptable tolerances, hence the council's position. But again, a member of the public reading that, what do you say as to whether they would read that as saying there is zero risk?
I think a reasonable review of it by a member of the public would be that however slight those risks are, there are risks. And
Dr. Owen, she's provided examples in her evidence. We don't need to go to it, I don't think, of 4 other sites. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes.
And so far as that evidence is concerned, just 2 questions, I think. First of all, Dr. Owen, again, very fairly makes the observation she recognises each is on its own set of facts. I mean, do you agree or disagree with Dr. Owen on that?
I completely agree, yeah.
And so far as those other examples are concerned, I mean, how helpful do you say those are in understanding the perceptions that may exist amongst residents and businesses local to this site?
I don't think they're helpful. Just because something has planning consent doesn't necessarily mean that perceived impacts weren't or aren't felt within the local area.
And we're nearly finished on this topic, but can you then turn, please, to the decision letters that you produce in your proof of evidence? You attach extracts from them, particularly Northacre. I just want to go to as a convenient one. So it's in the appendices to your proof. And the appellant in rebuttal provided the entire appeal decisions. I think you're trying to be efficient here, but of course the appellant can go to the full ones if they want to. But can you look in the Northacre decision letter, please, to paragraph 225.
Yes, I have that.
And do you see the inspector wrote there, and this, let's remind ourselves, is in February 2023, this decision letter. And I won't trawl through with you the detail of what the case was all about, but we can see there it's conceivable, notwithstanding the absence of any objective justification with respect to air quality, that some people may choose to move away or may choose not to move into an area as a result of the proposed scheme. Into the area as a result of the proposed scheme. Thank you. Sorry. However, based on the evidence before me, in my view, it's unlikely that many would do so, and it's unlikely the impact would be significant in land use terms. Furthermore, there's no compelling evidence before me to support the contention that businesses considering relocation to the area would be likely to be deterred by the scheme or by the cluster of waste management activities at the trading estate. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
In those circumstances where the inspector concluded there was an absence of any objective justification, did the inspector treat it as being a material consideration or not as being a material consideration?
The inspector treats it as a material consideration.
And in terms of weighting, notwithstanding your comment earlier that, of course, every case all on its own facts, I think that is one area where both main parties will agree throughout. But is the weighting here consistent or inconsistent with the approach you've taken?
It's consistent.
And just on the subject of weighting, in the appellant's, Mr. Bashforth's rebuttal evidence, well, first of all, in his main proof of evidence, he said, and I'll give you the reference, you needn't turn to it. He said at paragraph 6.5, he said very little weight should be given to this consideration. And then his rebuttal at 3.7, having read your evidence in suggesting that the weight should be limited, he then said it should be less than limited. Now, on your scale, what comes below limited?
No weight.
And what do you say as to whether or not it would be appropriate in your judgment for the inspector to say of the perception of harm to health and well-being that is a matter which should carry zero weight in the planning balance?
I don't think that's appropriate within the context of this appeal.
Thank you. And then three final discrete points, all arising from Mr. Bashforth's rebuttal. The first is a suggestion that your approach is at odds with the Smith case. Do you agree or disagree that your approach is inconsistent with Smith?
I think my approach is entirely consistent with Smith.
Second, in Mr. Bashforth's paragraphs 3.3 and 3.4 of his rebuttal, he refers to the two decision letters that you identified, and under the heading perception or perception of harm, and refers to other factors in that case outside of the perception of harm issue and matters of planning balance and so on. Are those issues relevant to the point that these decision letters were being produced for, which is as to whether or not perception is a material consideration, and if so, what weight?
No, they're not relevant.
And lastly, and this may have just been a misunderstanding, but if you have a look, please, at 3.6 of the rebuttal. .6. You'll see there that Mr. Bashforth refers to your proof referring to perceived impacts of dioxane plume pollution, and he then explains the difference between dioxins and dioxane. Do you see that based on Dr. Owen's expert opinions. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
And I think I can lead you on this. I think where you referred to dioxane, you were simply writing out the relevant extract from a third-party representation, weren't you?
Yeah, from Mrs. Blow's submission.
Good. Last topic, please, benefits. Mr. Bashforth, in his main proof, again, you needn't turn to it if you don't want to, but it's paragraph 3.13, makes the suggestion that members had no proper appreciation of the benefits. And I just want to explore that briefly with you. And can you take up, please, the committee report? And can you turn, first of all, please, to paragraph 9.23? Sorry, 9.32. I was reading the wrong way around. 9.32 on page 48 of 196.
Okay.
And you'll well, tell us in a sentence, please. What in that long paragraph of the committee report was the were officers identifying?
They're setting out the benefits of the proposal.
And then 9.33, what were they doing there?
Setting out the benefits of the proposal.
And then if you turn forward, please, to 21.19, under the heading Planning Balance, that's on page 123. And then you turn over the page, please, to page 124. In the first series of bullets set out within that paragraph, what were officers doing?
Setting out what they consider to be the benefits informing the proposal.
And in the section that follows, up to and including 21.23, did they continue to do that?
They did, yes.
And would this report have been in front of members?
Yes.
And can you then turn, please, to the minutes of the meeting? So that's 1.4.3.
Okay.
And so far as the minutes are concerned, it's not paginated. So I'm going to ask you to try and count forward to the 8th page. And so I'm sorry, that's a slightly clunky way of doing it, but I can't think of any other way. And at the top of the 8th page, there's a paragraph that begins in response to a member question so that we can check we're on the same page.
Yes, I'm on that page.
Yeah. And do you see there the long second paragraph that begins speaking in support of the application?
I can see that.
Representatives of the applicant NVAR, do you see that?
Yes.
And does it indicate there that the planning consultant Christian Smith and Dr. Amanda Owen, air quality specialist, and James Cooper, NVAR's head of compliance, all address the committee?
Yes, it does.
And what do the minutes record in the following sentence?
The applicant noted that the officer report had addressed all the relevant planning related issues and sought to reaffirm a few key points.
Yeah. And how long did that meeting last? Is that evident from the front of the minutes?
Yes, it's on the first page. It took place over a 7-hour period, near 7-hour period.
Yeah. So having regard then to what was in the report and the opportunities given to the appellant's representatives to indicate the extent to which relevant matters were covered in the report and to amplify any matters as they chose to, what do you say as to whether there's any proper basis for the allegation now that members had no proper appreciation of the benefits?
Yeah, I don't think there's any reasonable basis to conclude that.
Okay. Next point, please, on benefits. You obviously, Mr. Whitehouse, you don't have the technical expertise or industry experience in relation to some of the technical emissions matters and so on.
No.
But as a witness giving evidence on planning balance, what do you say as to whether or not you have a sufficient understanding in order to attribute weight in the planning balance?
I have enough. Yeah, I have the amount that you would expect a planning decision maker to understand.
Is there anything unusual about a planning witness having to attribute weight in the planning balance based on technical information from others?
No, it's entirely the responsibility of the planning witness or the decision maker.
Right. Can you then take up, please, Mr. Othen's rebuttal proof? And when you're there, can I ask you please to turn to his paragraphs 2.1.2 to 2.1.4. You see that?
I do, yes.
And Mr. Othen here is commenting particularly on your paragraph 6.22 and 6.24 from your proof of evidence, and points out some factual errors that you had made. Do you accept that the points made there by Mr. Othen are correct?
They are, yes, yes.
And having seen those corrections or explanations, do they materially affect the weightings that you have given in the planning balance?
No, in both cases, it's essentially a minor error in terms of the route or the order through the processes in order to produce the individual aspects of the proposal.
Right.
But because the factors that inform the way that I applied to the individual aspects of it doesn't change ultimately throughout those processes, it's just the order of how it takes place. The way that I apply in that instance to my assessment of benefit of waste movement, but the hierarchy doesn't change.
Okay. And then can you turn please to your proof of evidence, page 23, paragraph 6.3. And here under the heading benefits, you say from their statement of case as presented in common ground between the parties, it's noted that the appellant considers that benefits arise from the development by way of the following, and you list a series of bullets. Yes?
I do, yes.
And as you understand it, I mean, were you there acknowledging each of the benefits that have been set out by the appellant?
Yes, it mirrors those set out by the appellant within their own statement of case.
And so far as each and every one of those benefits, did you treat them as benefits or not as benefits in the planning balance?
I treated everyone as a benefit.
And in applying your planning judgment, or implying, I put it a different way, when you were then attributing weight to each of the benefits in the planning balance, to what extent does planning judgment come into those weightings?
It's entirely a matter for planning judgment.
The first of those bullets refers to optimizing the use of previously developed land. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And in Malone Friend's opening on the appellant's behalf, he referred to the chapter of the framework for making efficient use of land. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
And to what extent, if at all, do you say that you have captured that point within your weighting of optimizing the use of previously developed land?
I addressed it, yeah.
Yeah. Next, on need, and a couple of points arising out of that, please. Can you go to your proof at paragraph 6.10? And you set out there in respect of the Addenbrooke's facility, you set out what we might call, I suppose, the theoretical capacity and the actual capacity? Or did you do
Yes.
that in the preceding? This is the preceding paragraph actually referred to the theoretical capacity and then the actual realistic capacity as you describe it. You see that?
Yes.
And for the purposes of your analysis, which did you adopt? The higher theoretical capacity or the lower actual realistic capacity?
The realistic one.
And at 6.10, you referred then to the most recent available data for the incineration at that facility. And you identify 85% of capacity having been used. And again, that may be obvious from the previous question, but was that based on theoretical capacity or the lower actual realistic capacity?
It's the realistic capacity.
Yeah. And in the rebuttal evidence from Mr. Bashforth, he makes the point at 4.2 of his rebuttal that you've ignored the future need and increases in terms of what's going to be needed. Can you turn back to your proof, please, at paragraph 6.7? And reminding yourself of that paragraph, did you ignore future need?
No, I set out the expected future need.
And I mean, do you regard it as a fair or unfair comment to suggest that you'd ignored it?
It's unfair because I've referred to it.
And then at 6.12 of your proof, you deal there with waste disposal arrangements outside of the clinical waste generated at Addenbrooke's and Patworth. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And you say much of the generated clinical waste at other hospital locations are contracted to be incinerated at locations including Birmingham, Kent, and Oxfordshire. And you say outside of the details of specific contracts, arrangements associated with such arrangements, I draw an assumption that those contractual arrangements are due to a lack of suitable local capacity for the purposes of this report. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in making that assumption, again, in terms of being fair and balanced, were you making an assumption that was favourable or unfavourable to the appellant's position?
As an assumption, it's favourable because it's a demonstration that waste is having to travel.
Yeah. And when in his rebuttal, Mr. Bashforth made the comment at 4.2 of his proof of evidence that in respect of need, the weight must be more than moderate, as he put it. I mean, do you agree or disagree, having reflected on the analysis that you've set out?
I disagree.
Okay. Lastly, on this point, please, Mr. Cooper, in his rebuttal, you needn't turn it up, but the reference is 3.10 in his rebuttal, refers to paragraph 3.6 of your proof of evidence. And in 3.6, you're setting out there, aren't you, the policy 3 from the Minerals and Waste Local Plan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, and yes, I am.
And you say there, policy, about 4 lines down, policy 3 provides for a table of waste management needs wherein it is identified that taking into account sites that have planning permission but are not operational, there would be a capacity surplus, blah, blah, blah. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it was suggested by Mr. Cooper, he took issue with this point and said you had stated that there are other sites that have planning permission but are not operational. Where did you get that from?
Well, I didn't say that. I literally just copied the policy.
Yeah, so is that just what the policy says?
Yes.
And so far as you're aware, because Mr. Cooper then spends some time in his evidence talking about his research into sites that have planning permission but are not operational. So are you aware of any requests from the appellant to the council in respect of those other sites or what they are?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. Next point, please, under the benefits heading is co-location. And can we start, please, by taking, by going to Mr. Cooper's rebuttal at paragraph 6.1? And here, issue is taken by Mr. Cooper with paragraph 6.29 of your proof in respect of co-location benefits. And in particular, on the fifth line, Mr. Cooper writes this: however, Mr. Whitehouse does not recognise the many other co-location benefits. You see that?
Yes.
And then includes a table 1, in which he sets those out. Yep.
Yes.
Now, just pausing there, can we go back to your proof at 6.29? Now, do you say there at the beginning of 6.29, it is common ground that there are co-location benefits created by the proposal? Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Now, so far as common ground is concerned, can you then please take up the statements of common ground, which is called document 2.4.1? Again, tell me when you're there, please.
Yeah, I've got that document.
And can you, in the statement of common ground, please, then go to paragraph 7.11?
Okay.
And just read out the first sentence, please, of 7.11.
Well, it's under the subtitle co-location. The parties agree that the co-location benefits brackets set out at paragraph 9.32 of the officer's report, close brackets, are a positive aspect and weigh in favour of the appeal proposal being approved.
Yeah, and there's then a reference to paragraph 9.33. And can we then turn, please, just to complete the trail, turn to paragraph 9.32 of the committee report. And as intimated in the statement of common ground, as that, together with the following paragraph dealing with co-location benefits.
Yes.
And if you follow down, please, to the sixth line of paragraph 9.32. Does that say as set out in section 3 above?
Yes.
And then, without going through it in detail, does section 3 above incorporate issues relating to co-location benefits?
It does.
So far as Mr. Cooper's table 1 is concerned, where he sets out the co-location benefits, to what extent, if at all, do you say those co-location benefits are identified from the committee report 9.32 and 33 and section 3?
They're all there. The difference is simply that Mr. Cooper sets out so in greater separate detail the relative interactions of those benefits, but the benefits themselves, they're presented.
Yeah. So going back to your proof then, where we started, 6.29, where you say it's common ground, and then we followed that through to the statement of common ground, and then followed that through to the sections of the officer report that the statement of common ground is parasitic on. What do you say as to whether Mr. Cooper is correct or incorrect in saying that you haven't recognised many of the other co-location benefits?
It's incorrect. The benefits have been accounted for.
Yeah, so was that a fair or accurate comment?
It's an unfair and inaccurate comment.
Next, please, in opening, my learned friend referred to additional benefits in respect of noise and odour. See that?
Yes.
And can we go back, please, to the paragraph we were just in at 6.29?
Okay.
Again, when you're looking at this paragraph under the heading efficiencies and sustainability benefits from co-locating, what do you say as to whether or not noise and odor were matters to which you took into account?
Yeah, the benefit considered the enabling benefits created by the new proposed waste transfer biomass buildings for improving both efficiently and with regards to environmental impacts, the situation with regards to noise, dust and odor.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at is, had you incorporated those or not in your planning balance?
Yes.
Next subtopic, please, for benefits. I'm going to try and deal with this as efficiently as I can. Net waste self-sufficiency, providing processes that move up the waste hierarchy and helping to support transition to a low carbon future. See that?
Yes.
Now, first of all, so far as what's been described by the appellant as the energy balance of the site, at the time that you had written your proof of evidence, had you at that stage received the detailed report from Mr. Othen, which effectively was his proof of evidence?
No.
Had you had any indication before receiving proof of evidence that that report was going to be provided?
No.
Had it been signalled in the statement of case or anywhere else?
Nope.
And having received it and considered it, you responded to that, I think, in a very short rebuttal proof, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And I'm not going to ask you to effectively read out the points you make in your rebuttal proof, but was the conclusion of your rebuttal that the council considered that report to be broadly accurate and acceptable?
Yes.
But having given them that particular issue moderate weight in the planning balance, did the figures that were put to the point in that report, did that propel the weighting from moderate to significant in your judgment?
No.
6.27, please, of your proof. You make the point here, the majority of the site retains an operation that would still be reliant on fossil fuels. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think Mr. Cooper, I wasn't entirely sure, I think was taking issue with that in his rebuttal proof. But as you understand the position, is the majority of the site an operation that would still be reliant on fossil fuels?
Yes, in terms of the greener food waste, the majority of the site still will be brought forward into the in-vessel and open windrow composting, and that process requires fossil fuels.
Okay. 6.17 of your proof, please. You referred to the report to Parliament from the Climate Change Committee. You see that?
Yes.
And that included, as you set out, a recommendation for a moratorium. And in their rebuttals, Messrs. Othen and Bashforth had a fair bit to say about that. I mean, were you ever suggesting in your evidence that there was a moratorium in place or not?
No, I was just quoting the recommendations.
And you refer to it in your evidence as effectively a disincentivization point.
Yeah.
I mean, what is, how would you summarize the position in terms of the government's response to that report?
The government's response was essentially, we recognise the report, we'll deal with it, we'll monitor it as we go, and we'll determine the approach that we're going to take in the future. Is essentially a holding response. Yeah.
So is there a moratorium or isn't there a moratorium?
No.
But and is the disincentivization point, as you've called it, is that in your view a point to be considered in the planning balancing exercise when considering the weight to attach to benefits or not?
Yes. Yes.
6.23 of your proof. you have a paragraph there which begins, furthermore, it's not clear to me whether. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper addresses that in his rebuttal from paragraphs 4.1 to 4.5. I don't think I need to ask you to turn that up, but having read the clarification provided by Mr. Cooper in his rebuttal, it is what was a lack of clarity to you now clarified.
Yes.
And in terms of the weighting of that particular issue, that's moving waste up the hierarchy. Do those clarifications make a difference to your weighting? And if not, why not?
No, because in spite of the lack of certainty that I had on the issue, I'd drawn an assumption that on balance it was likely that the intention was to make use of biofuel within the site.
Yeah.
And so that was accounted for in the balance in my proof.
And I think we've seen elsewhere in your proof, I've taken you to it, where you've effectively made assumptions favourable to the appellant's position.
Yes.
Was that approach consistent with what you just explained in respect of this point?
Yes.
So drawing to a close on this particular subtopic, which, to remind ourselves, the net waste self-sufficiency, providing processes that move waste up the hierarchy and helping to support transition to low carbon future. And you attach moderate weight in the balance to each of those benefits. And in terms of the counterbalancing factors that you identified in the weighting exercise, in your rebuttal proof, you referred to the alternative, currently undetermined scheme that's been submitted.
Yes.
And again, just in a sentence or two, what's the point that you're trying to make?
Well, the submission made by the applicants in that case identifies that the proposal will bring forward a degree of climate change benefits. Of course, the difference in that case is that it would bring those climate change benefits forward without the erection of a chimney.
Sure. And second counterbalancing factor, the disincentivization point. Have you seen or read anything that causes you to change your position in respect of that?
No.
And third, your point about no increase in overall waste at the site, you made that at 6.19 of your proof, albeit I think you accept greater efficiencies. But again, is that a point which you continue to say is one of the counterbalancing factors, or have you changed your position?
No, it's a matter of fact that there's no overall increase in waste processed at the site, and I think that is a factor that provides for a counterbalance in the weightings.
Thank you. And fourth, you refer a number of times, but we can, by way of one example, 6.24 of your proof, you refer to higher levels of greenhouse gas emissions from the site itself.
Yes.
And notwithstanding the energy balance point that is relied upon by the appellant, what do you say as to whether or not that ought to be treated as a counterbalancing factor?
Well, I think it is a counterbalancing factor, irrespective of those points. I mean, it was raised by third parties, well, yesterday. Whilst there will be benefits provided in balance potentially elsewhere, the greenhouse gas emissions experienced on this site will be experienced by them.
Thank you. And then I think we've got three, final points on benefits. The first is biodiversity. And can you turn to your proof, please, paragraph 6.33 to 6.34.
Okay, yeah.
And again, I'm going to paraphrase, I hope, helpfully. You say moderate weight to that benefit if the uplifts proposed in the November 2022 assessment can be secured through planning conditions, limited weight if they can't.
Yep.
Will no doubt in the conditions session, the inspector will read, or he'll have read already, condition 33. It's 6.33 to 6.34 of the proof, biodiversity. The relevant condition in the proposed conditions in the statement of common ground is condition 33. And so far as that condition is concerned, if the inspector is satisfied with that condition and is satisfied that it meets the tests, and I don't think you suggest it doesn't meet the tests, but if the inspector were to grant planning permission and to impose that condition, are you satisfied that that would be a matter that could be given moderate weight if it can be secured?
Yes, that's what I've detailed in my proof.
Right. Second, then, of the three final points, steam. That there's been some evidence through the rebuttal evidence, and again orally through the landscape and visual impact evidence so far about steam, in particular steam from existing operations. If the effect of planning permission would be to bring about a reduction in the steam, which I think is a point that is now being advanced by the appellant, what do you say as to whether or not that should be treated as a standalone planning benefit?
I don't think it should be treated as a standalone benefit.
And why not? And where does that come to fit into the overall jigsaw of evidence?
I think because the reason that I don't think it's a standalone benefit is because I think it's a landscape matter, and it's a matter that's being considered in the context of landscape throughout.
Thank you. And the final point then, in respect of the landscape mitigation scheme, what do you say as to whether or not that should be treated as a standalone benefit in the planning balance? And if not, why not?
I don't think it should.
And again, why not?
Because I think that's a part of a landscape matter, the wider landscape matter.
Yeah. To what extent, if at all, would you expect that to be considered in the overall conclusions of the landscape and visual impact assessments?
I would have expected it to be considered.
Good. So if you'll indulge me for about 20 seconds, so I can check I haven't missed anything. Those are all my questions in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Like to invite Mr. Bennett to start his. Not Mr. Bennett. Apologies. Mr. Burton. Yeah, sorry, I was a little bit muddled. Right.
Those days are gone. Thank you, sir. Just before I get going, and I'll say good afternoon, Mr. Whitehouse, but just before we get going, sir, just so we, as it were, know where we stand. I understand your proposal is a 5:30 conclusion today. Is that still your proposal, or is it a little earlier than that? Sir.
Sorry, I was just referring to my notes.
Yeah.
5 o'clock would be probably where I'd be looking to adjourn.
Yeah, thank you. So as I did yesterday with Mr. Reynolds, I will look for a suitable moment.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Right, Mr. Whitehouse, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr.
I think you have, well, been referred to the documents that I need to take you to, certainly for this first bit that we are going to do today. I think it's very, well, no, there is no possibility of my cross-examination of you finishing today in the next 50 minutes. Not that I think you thought it would. In any event, I believe, although I'm not sure, you tell me that, like Mr. Reynolds, this is, as it were, it's not your first rodeo. You are a seasoned inquiry witness. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Not your first time defending what we call in the trade a member overturn.
No.
No. Fine. Okay. As with Mr. Reynolds, please, if at all possible, give a yes or no answer. By all means, then caveat. If I inadvertently start speaking before you've finished your caveat or indeed any answer, please pull me up on it. Okay, I will never try to do that deliberately.
Okay.
And we'll get along absolutely fine. And I try to do things by topic headings as I did with Mr. Reynolds. So first of all, first topic is high level principles regarding the approach to the development plan and whether a proposal is or is not in accordance. So clearly, we know that the first question the statute sets, and I'm referring now to section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 is, are the proposals in accordance with the development plan, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And of course, having answered that question in whatever way we are on, it is to be answered, we then ask if they are, do material considerations outside the plan nonetheless mean that permission should not be granted, or if we've concluded that the proposals or whatever it is, the development is not in accordance with the development plan, are there material considerations outside the plan that mean that permission should nonetheless be granted, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Sticking with the first limb, are the proposals in accordance with the development plan? I think we can agree one has to take the plan as a whole, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And starting with as a general principle, although every plan, of course, is different, every case turns on its own facts, every plan turns on its own facts, but starting with a general recognition as a matter of principle that planning policies do often contain broad statements that may be in tension.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And again, albeit in the abstract, with recognition as a matter of principle that conflict with one aspect of a development plan by no means necessarily means a proposal is not in accordance with the plan taken as a whole.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah. Okay, fine. I didn't think we would fall out over any of those. Next topic concerns the site. It's a designation topic. Now, it's common ground that the MVAR site, and by the MVAR site, I'm talking about the land holding, of course, and not merely the appeal site that sits within it. Yeah, is almost all, not all, but almost all a designated waste management area, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And the entirety of the MVAR site is within what the waste and minerals plan designates as the waste management area consultation area, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. The only part of the proposals, but I want to check this with you, the only part of the proposals that is outside the waste management area is where the area where the lagoons are proposed for, correct?
I agree with that. Yes.
And as to that, consistent with the county council's case, the county council raises no concern about that.
What about the fact that the lagoons are located outside?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's also common ground that all of the MVAR site, or sorry, no, almost all of the MVAR site is PDL, previously developed land, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the landscape, it itself is not a designated landscape, and the landscape it sits in is equally undesignated, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And we know, having discussed and confirmed with Mr. Reynolds, it's not a, quote, valued landscape for the purposes of paragraph 180A of the NPPF, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And further, it's not, this is common ground, it's not in the setting, the site is not in the setting of any designated heritage assets.
No.
Yeah. Now, we sometimes, in fact, very frequently, actually, in planning, we talk in terms of constraints, don't we? Sorry, Mr. Whitehouse, nod, but also say yes if you agree.
Sorry, I didn't know
yeah.
that was a question. Yes.
Yes. And just to be sure we're on the same page about what we mean, we are meaning things like, and I'm not going to give you an exhaustive list because the list would go on and on, but we mean things like designated landscapes or green belt, or indeed heritage assets or designated ecological sites like SSSIs or European sites, SACs and Ramsar sites. I mean, the list goes on, but these are, in planning parlance, some examples of constraints, aren't they?
Yes, I recognise those examples as constraints.
Yeah. And it is the case, a fact, that there are none of those examples of constraints here, are there?
No.
No. Now, just stand back and just give me, if you could, a little bit more of a flavour of where in the country you've done your work in your 14 years where you've been working extensively on you say major residential, environmental, commercial and minerals developments. A lot of that in Cambridgeshire, or not so much?
I mean, you're asking me to think back over 14 years. It's quite difficult. I think I got planning consent for a marina in Cambridgeshire. Pardon my ignorance. Is Ely in Cambridgeshire? It is, isn't it? It is, isn't it?
Members of the public are nodding behind you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's possibly it.
Yeah. Okay. One case in Cambridgeshire, in the southeast, or in fact, no, east. Let's go east of England. Other case in East England.
Yeah, the other cases there. I mean,
yeah.
Do you want me to be specific?
No. I'm just trying to get a. I'm trying to get a feel. I mean, is your practice one that's is it? Are you more focused in the east of England, or in the southeast, or are you more focused in the north of England? Or,
no, it's a specialist boutique practice.
Yeah.
It's not a big practice. It's a practice that gets dragged around the country.
Right. Okay.
Either to provide advocacy for planning applications, provide potentially specific reporting in relation to potentially constraints or planning balance, or in relation to advocacy or expert witness at appeals. That takes me across England. Okay. And has taken me across England for at least 12 and a half of those 14 years. Okay.
Fair amount of time living out of a suitcase, I fear.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, focusing on Cambridgeshire, know it reasonably well?
No. Not more than any other area. Okay. I feel like in terms of understanding the context of planning policies and development plans, I bring myself up to speed very quickly.
All right. Okay. This, I mean, it's probably actually because you don't know Cambridgeshire very well.
Well, in what context?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm prefacing by saying it's probably because you don't know Cambridgeshire as a as a spatial area, perhaps that well, that it may be a difficult question for you that you can't answer. But the point I want to raise with you and see if you feel you qualify to give a view on it is that it is quite striking in the context of Cambridgeshire that we have a proposal for, I mean, clearly built form that is of size. I mean, no one's going to deny that, And it's, for example, it's not even in the setting of any designated heritage asset, for example. It's unusual.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Isn't it? Isn't it unusual?
Well, in terms of the amount of area that's undesignated in Cambridgeshire as a whole, no.
Setting of designated heritage assets. Yeah.
I appreciate there are a lot of designated heritage assets within Cambridgeshire, but I would also come back and say there are a lot of designated heritage assets elsewhere in England. And so I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to what extent the site offers any sort of remarkable lack of constraint by comparison to what could be delivered elsewhere.
Well, look, are you? It sounds as if, and you're very fair in your answers about where your experience lay. You've done one case in Cambridgeshire, which you weren't actually sure was in Cambridgeshire, and you were all over the country. I'm suggesting to you, and I'm taking one example out of a list of example constraints, namely the setting of designated heritage assets, and I'm suggesting to you that it's actually quite unusual for a proposal with buildings of the size here to come forward and not even be in the setting of any designated heritage assets in Cambridgeshire. Do you understand the question?
I certainly understand the question.
Yeah.
Whether it's unusual or not, I don't think that's a position we take to give you an answer on.
No. Okay.
My job is to review the context of the development within the context of the development plan policies as they apply to the site.
Okay.
Whether outside of that context, the site provides any considerations that are unusual by comparison to the rest of the country, I don't think is a factor.
All right. But look, you can't give me an answer. You can't give me an answer because you don't have the necessary experience of the area to actually give me an answer one way or the other.
I can't give you an answer because I don't live in the area and I haven't physically experienced the area by comparison to residents, for example. But I would caveat that answer with the fact that I don't think it is a relevant question.
Now, I'm going to explore, and might take a little time, the principle of development with you. Okay. Can we start, please, with the Minerals and Waste Local Plan, which you should have, so CD 4.2.1. Do you have it, Mr. Whitehouse?
Yes.
And could you turn, please, to page 13?
Sorry, 13.
Well, yeah, 13. Start with policy 1, sustainable development and climate change. Okay. Now, the policy begins with the paragraph telling us that the assessment will be against, the assessment of proposals will be against the overarching principle of whether the proposal would play an active role in guiding development towards sustainable solutions, and that in undertaking the assessment, account will be taken of local circumstances such as the character, needs, constraints and opportunities of the plan area, and proposals which are not consistent with this principle will be refused. It goes on, I'm about to go on, but just pausing there, no part of the county council's case is it that the proposals are in conflict with this policy, correct?
No.
Yeah. And now there's then a lot of text, which I'm not going to read out with you, but I want to see if you agree the way that officers essentially paraphrased it, because it's shorter in the officer report. Could you turn up 9.4 and 9.5 of that officer report,
What was
please?
the first paragraph number? Sorry, it's 9.5 is the second.
9.4 and 9.5.
9.4.
Yeah, but it's the two paragraphs.
This is the committee report.
It's the committee
Yeah.
report. Yes, so I've called the officer report. I'm going to stick with that. I hope that's all right, but I hope you know what I mean. And just picking up the words, do you see? You see, we've got the first sentence, which is a kind of paraphrase of the first paragraph, as it were, and then it says the policy requires that an applicant should also demonstrate how the location, design, site operation, and transportation related to development help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including through the adoption of emission reduction measures based on the principles of the energy hierarchy and taking into account any significant impacts on human health and well-being and air quality. And it goes on, the policy requires that for waste management proposals, an applicant should demonstrate how the principles of the waste hierarchy have been considered and addressed and broadly quantify the reduction in carbon dioxide and other relevant greenhouse gases, e.g. methane, that should be achieved as part of the proposal and how to be monitored and addressed in future. And it says it's covered, that's covered in section 15 of the report. But it is of quite a long policy. It's a fair paraphrase, isn't it?
I think that's a fair paraphrase, yes.
Yeah, thank you. As to the first, as it were, the first limb of all those other paragraphs, so proposals should take a proactive approach to mitigating and adapting to climate change. Okay, so as to the climate change limb, tackling the climate crisis now runs all the way through not just national but local policy and also legislation, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah. I suppose at the very top of the tree in terms of a hierarchy, we have the Climate Change Act 2008, which, as amended, of course, imposes an obligation and a commitment to reach net zero by 2050, correct?
It does, yes.
Yeah. So that's and there's a cascade down essentially through policy. Second, the more greenhouse gas emissions a proposal reduces, the better, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. It's not that, to take a hypothetical example, it's not that one proposal that will achieve an annual reduction of a few hundred tons of carbon should be treated the same as another proposal that would achieve tens of thousands of tons reduction, because they are both reducing greenhouse gas emissions, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, they have to be treated.
I mean,
differently.
in principle, yes.
Yeah, in principle. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and greenhouse gas emissions, which are sometimes referred to as causing, well, I mean, often they are causing global warming, aren't they?
I think so.
Yes, I mean, I think we all think so. The reason we are concerned about greenhouse gas emissions is because of the warming they are causing to the whole planet, correct? That's how the greenhouse works, if greenhouse effect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Now, the waste hierarchy, which is another point that's obviously important to this policy, that the principles of the waste hierarchy, that too is something that isn't, as it were, just dealt with by policy. It's also embedded in legislation, isn't it? In the Waste Regulations 2011.
Yes.
Yeah. Correct. Okay, good. Right. Well, that's policy one. Now, move please through the plan, and we can move over the next policy because it's about mineral extraction, correct? And come to policy 3, which is concerned with waste management needs. Yep. And this begins, and are you there, Mr. Whitehouse?
I am.
Page
Yes.
27 is where the policy
Yes.
wording starts. This begins by telling us that the waste planning authorities will seek to achieve net self-sufficiency in relation to the management of wastes arising from within the plan area, plus indeed additional provision in relation to London. Yeah. Net self-sufficiency and its cousin, as it were, the proximity principle, these are also principles enshrined by the Waste Regulations 2011, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And so that we're in no doubt about what they mean. Net self-sufficiency in relation to waste, of course, is what we're talking about here. That means on balance, so a net, but on balance at least, the authority will deal with the amount of waste it generates in its area.
Yeah, that's the aim. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the aim. And the proximity principle is, as I say, I'm describing as a cousin to that, but it's clearly pushing at the same goal, which is you deal with waste. Well, a similar goal, I should say. It's that you deal with waste as close as possible to where it arises. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
And the reasons for these things are there are many reasons, but if we try to encapsulate them very briefly, they would include that, well, the fewer vehicle miles that are incurred in relation to waste, the better. And that is not just because, as it were, of climate change savings, but also because it's just generally to be encouraged that we reduce vehicle miles because there are other impacts from vehicle miles, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, at the end of the policy 3, going to page 29, in terms of the waste hierarchy, we see it reflected at item C, correct? It moves waste capacity already identified in the above table up the waste hierarchy. Yeah.
Yes.
And of course, this is all very familiar stuff, but it starts at the very bottom, the waste hierarchy with disposal, and then it goes up from there. And disposal is the thing that, of course, we must absolutely try to avoid, but it doesn't end there because you want to keep pushing all the way up as far as you can go. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And there's no dispute that compliance with, as I understand it, anyway, compliance with criteria C of policy 3 is agreed, subject necessarily, as the policy says, to compliance with policy 4, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And that, I think, is got that for reference in the statement of common ground at 7.3 to 7.5 of the statement of common ground. Now, can I just clear a point up with you, if I may? The statement of common ground.
Do I need to bring it up?
Could you turn it up, please? Yeah, turn it up, please, Mr. Whitehouse.
Okay.
Yeah. 7.3 to 7.5 is under waste management. You see, waste management needs policy 3. And what we see here is agreements that the proposals are in accordance with criterion C, but of course this is based on what was said in the officer report about the green and food waste being moved up the waste hierarchy, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I want to see where we stand and whether we agree or disagree in relation to the healthcare waste that is proposed, of course, would come in and be treated by energy recovery in the energy recovery facility. Okay. Yeah. Now, the healthcare waste is a mixture of what's called we're not going to spend time going into the categorizations of these things. They're very complicated, but it's a mixture of what's called hazardous and non-hazardous, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And could I, well, let me check with you, Mr. Whitehouse, before perhaps we dive into this. Is it accepted by the county council through you that recovering the energy from the healthcare waste in the energy recovery facility will be in accordance with the waste hierarchy, because it will be moving most of it up the hierarchy?
Insofar as it moves the way, insofar as the recovered energy is reused, then yes.
Insofar as the recovered energy is reused.
Can you
yes.
can you repeat
Fine.
the question for me again? Sorry, I lost trail of the question halfway through it. If you could repeat it,
Yeah.
I'd prefer to give a more
Okay.
qualified answer.
Okay. Is it accepted by the county council, but through you as their planning witness? Is it accepted that the treatment of the healthcare waste in the energy recovery facility, and we know what it's to do, okay? We know it's into relation with the dry AD and the digestate and the pellet fertilizer, okay? Is it accepted that will move waste up the hierarchy?
Yes, because it's an additional energy for waste stream, or it's an energy for waste stream brought in by the site. So yes.
Good. Okay. Good. Right. That's helpful. And just to trace through, quite how, as it were, compliant with the principles we've been discussing, the healthcare waste element is. So the other principles we've been touching upon, net waste self-sufficiency and the proximity principle. We've got some text in this policy itself. Could we, or the supporting text of the policy, we just have a look at that. At page 25, we can see at 3.38 under the heading waste management capacity. You see that?
I can see the paragraph.
Yeah,
Yes.
if you just look down it, it's picking up. It says overall, the plan area is relatively well placed in terms of moving towards achieving net self-sufficiency. But then there's the next sentence. Our evidence indicates that there is the potential need for materials recycling, hazardous recycling, recovery, and says it makes clear it's recovery and hazardous disposal capacity. Yeah, and that's a reference to the waste needs assessment in November 2019.
Yeah, see that.
Clearly, hazardous waste, I mean, whatever type of waste, it's all subject to the principles of net self-sufficiency and proximity, isn't it?
Yes, it's referenced. Yeah.
And can we just follow this through, please, to the officer report at paragraph 9.8, I think, in the officer report, committee report, and tell me when you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So this gives us a bit more detail about the waste management, waste needs assessment 2019. It says this additional requirement for hazardous waste management was identified in paragraph 177 of the waste needs assessment 2019. Quotes, there is a potential need for hazardous waste recycling capacity 0.18 MTPA in 2017, increasing to 0.26 MTPA by 2036. Yeah. So those are the figures. It says this was based on the assessment of existing types of hazardous waste that are being generated. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I see that.
Yeah. And I presume that there's no dispute from you, Mr. Whitehouse, about that, or indeed anything else. Looking down the rest of that paragraph.
In the paragraph.
Yeah. Just read the paragraph.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Great. Thank you. And of course, the appellant had done, I think, pre-application and then for the application for an addendum to the planning statement, work by a consultancy called Eunomia in the form of a capacity needs assessment. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Yeah. Could we turn to that, please? Can we turn to the addendum to the planning statement, which is 1.2.21 in the core documents? Tell me when you're there.
It's 1.2. Sorry, what is it? The appendix 1 to the planning statement, the pre-application advice.
It's CD. Sorry, you're making me doubt my reference. It's CD 1.2.21. Ah, thank you. Sorry, it's.
What is it? Sorry?
Yes, it's 1.2.2. I thought it was a 1. It's 1.2.2i.
1.2.2.
Yeah, 1.2.2i. But sorry, I thought it was a 1.
to I. First planning statement, addendum, appendix 5, planning need addendum. I've got it, yeah.
Yeah, and it's the Eunomia document. Do you
Yeah,
see it?
got that.
January 2020. Could you turn to section 3.0, please? And up to the top of that, you will see essentially the nutshell, which is that around 15,500 to 24,000 tons per annum of clinical waste generated in the east of England could be processed more sustainably by the HERF, either by reducing vehicle miles or achieving energy recovery. Yeah.
I can see that's what
Yeah.
it says. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And can we keep that in mind, but now turn back to the officer report, please, at 10.14. And this, of course, follows. This is in the section headed the healthcare waste ERF. And at 10.14, after going through a look at what was happening to healthcare waste, they say this: from the information presented in para 1013 above, it can be seen that whilst Cambridge University Hospital, that is, and Royal Papworth deal with their clinical and offensive waste in the Addenbrooke's incinerator, the other trusts are in contracts with waste collection companies whose own treatment or disposal site or sites which they are using are in some cases many miles from the origin of the waste. In the case of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Foundation Trust, offensive waste uses in energy from use in an energy from waste plant would be higher up the waste hierarchy than landfill. Use at a local energy from waste plant would be preferable to one some 90 miles away in Oxfordshire. And then they obviously make the point it's appreciated subject to contracts, and they don't know when they'll come up for renewal. But if an alternative isn't available, then the options at the time of the renewal would be limited. Now, do you accept that the evidence before this inquiry is that consistent with both and with all of the aim to achieve net self-sufficiency and the proximity principle and to drive waste up the hierarchy, there is a need for a facility to take, and I'm going to say, well, to take the 12,000 tons per annum healthcare waste that's proposed here, because that's what we're proposing, but of course the numbers go higher than that. Do you accept there is that need in accordance with those principles?
You're gonna have to repeat the question. Sorry, the long question.
Yeah. Okay. Do you accept that on the evidence before this inquiry, okay, consistent with the principles and aims of achieving net waste self-sufficiency, the proximity principle, and driving waste up the hierarchy, there is a need for a facility to take and recover energy from healthcare waste in the way proposed here. Okay.
No, not at the present time.
You don't.
No.
And that, I mean, that was actually what I'd understood, Mr. Whitehouse. And you say that despite, and I was careful to take you to it, the Eunomia need assessment and its undisputed figures of 15,500 to 24,000 tons per annum, correct?
It's what it says, and it says it could be processed, could potentially be processed more sustainably by the proposed facility, is what it says.
Yeah, well, either by reducing vehicle miles or achieving energy recovery.
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
says. Yeah.
So, you're going to have to. I mean, I had identified this as an area of disagreement, but you're going to have to help me, frankly, Mr. Whitehouse, as to why it is you say what you do.
Well, I mean, I've set it out in my proof of evidence.
Well, I want to hear it from you, please. I mean, I've taken you to the evidence regarding need. So why do you say there isn't a need to treat the healthcare waste by recovering its energy here and obviously using it for all the processes that are proposed?
So I've said that at this present point in time, based upon the fact that there is additional capacity available, operational capacity available at Addenbrooke's, in conjunction with the fact that there are existing, what I've assumed to be existing contractual relationships with receptors of waste elsewhere already in place, that the capacity, the existing capacity that's available within the local area should be satisfied first. At the same time, I have recognised the fact in my proof that there is an expected future need for such provision.
Right. I'm going. I'm very much hoping that Mr. Bashforth has managed to get a decent note of that. But I'm going to explore some of that with you now. The Eunomia figures. They are the 15,500 to 24,000. They are not, are they? They are not figures that are some kind of future forecast. They are, as is clear, I mean, they are based on the amount of tonnage in what were the latest figures available. They are based on the amount of tonnage that was being generated in the area that could be processed more sustainably at the hearth.
It could be processed more
Yeah.
More sustainably.
Yeah, so it's not, and I think it's really important to be clear about this. It's not that Eunomia was saying, well, some years in the future there may be a need to treat by recovery those amounts, correct?
No, they've said that approximate level of waste could be processed more sustainably by the proposed facility.
Yeah. So we have that evidence. It's not disputed, is it?
But that paragraph,
Yeah.
it's not disputed, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could potentially be processed more sustainably. I don't, no reason to dispute that.
No, we have that evidence, and you point to, as I understood it, two things that lead you to the conclusion that there's not actually a need consistent with all the principles we discussed to deal with the healthcare waste.
Can I just qualify that point? Sorry.
Please do.
I do prescribe weight to need, a beneficial weight to need. So it's not as if I'm disregarding the contribution that the site could make, but I have qualified it in the context of existing operational capacity and existing, what I have assumed to be existing contractual relationships with disposable waste outside of the region.
Yeah. I'm gonna come. Weightings will come on tomorrow to tomorrow.
I appreciate that, but
Yeah.
I thought it was necessary to identify the fact that I have prescribed it as a benefit.
Yeah. But you say, you say that there isn't a need now because you point to two things, Adam Brooks and existing contracts.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, existing contracts, we know, well, we know what is in the officer report, which is actually not very much, really, isn't there? I mean, we know because, of course, there's an assumption that there are existing contracts, and at some point they'll come to an end, and people will make decisions about the contracts.
But
Yeah.
But we're aware that those contracts at least existed at the time that the officer's report was prepared.
One would assume so. But isn't what officers are doing in 10.14? Let's just look at their reasoning. Isn't this correct? They're saying we don't know when the contracts will come up for renewal, and we don't know that, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
But however, they say if an alternative is not available, then the options at the time of renewal will be limited, correct?
Yes.
Now, just matter of logic, we've got undisputed evidence of between 15,500 or 24,000 tons or whatever it is of waste that could be treated more sustainably. I don't really, in fact, need to worry because my facility wants to take 12,000, which is even below the lower end of the band. Yeah. And that waste, no question that right here, right now, or right here, right now, obviously our proposal isn't permitted, it isn't built, but let's imagine that the inspector recommends approval and the Secretary of State agrees, and it is built in a couple of years' time or whatever it is. Let's hypothecate that. It would be meeting a clear need for more than the waste, healthcare waste it's wanting to take, wouldn't it?
It would be meeting a need that is a proportion of the amount that this report suggests could be more processed more sustainably in the east of England, and it would be taking a proportion of the expected future need that I've referred to in my proof in the future.
Yeah, okay. And so far as Adam Brooks is concerned, I mean, the spare capacity at Adam Brooks is, I think, one of the appellant's witnesses has actually probably said it, but it's, what is it, basically 450 tons per annum, something like that, isn't it? The spare in the realistic capacity.
If you bear with me a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've used what we class as what we've agreed is the realistic capacity of 3,100.
Yeah.
And I've said it's at the minute it's 85% of the total realistic capacity is taken up, which is 2,641. So yes, maths wise,
yeah,
that's 459. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you'll forgive me the 9, I hope, but so that, I mean, clearly that doesn't stand up as a reason to say there isn't a need for treating the healthcare waste through recovery here, does it?
Well, it's just the fact that there's a demonstration of this capacity there.
Okay. Now, look, having done that little exercise with me, are you going to accept that you were wrong to proceed on the basis that there was not a need for the healthcare waste to be treated at this site now?
No.
You're not. Okay, fine. All right. That's really very helpful. And it's 4:59, and that is a very convenient time to stop, sir. That's right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So that's a good time to pause, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.